Chapter 6, Part 3 of Chopin, The Man and His Music. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Hoffman. Chopin, The Man and His Music, by James Huneker. Chapter 6, Part 3, The Studies. Titanic Experiments. Von Bulow calls the seventh study, the one in C sharp minor, a nocturne, a duo for cello and flute. He ingeniously smooths out the unequal rhythmic differences of the two hands, and justly says the piece does not work out any special technical matter. This study is the most lauded of all. Yet I cannot help agreeing with Niecks, who writes of it, he oddly enough places it in the key of E, "A duet between a he and a she, of whom the former shows himself more talkative and emphatic than the latter, is, indeed, very sweet, but perhaps also somewhat tiresomely monotonous, as such tête-à-têtes naturally are to third parties." For Chopin's contemporaries this was one of his greatest efforts. Heller wrote, "It engenders the sweetest sadness, the most enviable torments, and if in playing it one feels oneself insensibly drawn toward mournful and melancholy ideas, it is a disposition of the soul which I prefer to all others. Alas! how I love these sombre and mysterious dreams, and Chopin is the God who created them." In this étude Kleczynski thinks there are traces of weariness of life, and quotes Orlowski, Chopin's friend. "He is only afflicted with homesickness." Willeby calls this study the most beautiful of them all. For me it is both morbid and elegiac. There is nostalgia in it, the nostalgia of a sick, lacerated soul. It contains in solution all the most objectionable and most endearing qualities of the master. Perhaps we have heard its sweet, highly perfumed measures too often. Its interpretation is a matter of taste. Kullak has written the most ambitious program for it. Here is a quotation from Albert R. Parsons' translation in Schreimer's edition of Kullak. "Throughout the entire piece an elegiac mood prevails. The composer paints with psychologic truthfulness a fragment out of the life of a deeply clouded soul. He lets a broken heart, filled with grief, proclaim its sorrow in a language of pain which is incapable of being misunderstood. The heart has lost, not something, but everything. The tones, however, do not always bear the impress of a quiet, melancholy resignation. More passionate impulses awaken, and the still plaint becomes a complaint against cruel fate. It seeks the conflict and tries through force of will to burst the fetters of pain, or at least to alleviate it through absorption in a happy past. But in vain. The heart has not lost something, it has lost everything." The musical poem divides into three, or if one views the little episode in B major as a special part, into 4 parts, strophes, of which the last is an elaborated repetition of the first with a brief closing part appended. The whole piece is a song, or, better still, an aria, in which 2 principal voices are to be brought out. The upper one is in imitation of a human voice, while the lower one must bear the character throughout of an obbligato violoncello. It is well known that Chopin was very fond of the violoncello, and that in his piano compositions he imitated the style of passages peculiar to that instrument. The 2 voices correspond closely, supplementing and imitating each other reciprocally. Between the 2 a third element exists, an accompaniment of eighths in uniform succession without any significance beyond that of filling out the harmony. This third element is to be kept wholly subordinate. The little, one-voiced introduction in recitative style which precedes the aria reminds one vividly of the beginning of the ballade in G minor, opus 23. The D flat study, No. 8, is called by Von Bulow "the most useful exercise in the whole range of etude literature." It might truly be called l'indispensable du pianiste, if the term, through misuse, had not fallen into disrepute. As a remedy for stiff fingers, and preparatory to performing in public, playing it 6 times through is recommended, even to the most expert pianist." Only 6 times? The separate study of the left hand is recommended. Kullak finds this study "surprisingly euphonious, but devoid of depth of content." It is an admirable study for the cultivation of double sixths. It contains a remarkable passage of consecutive fifths that set theorists by the ears. Riemann manages to get some new editorial comment upon it. The nimble study, No. 9, which bears the title of "The Butterfly," is in G flat. Von Bulow transposes it enharmonically to F sharp, avoiding numerous double flats. The change is not laudable. He holds anything but an elevated opinion of the piece, classing it with a composition of the Charles Mayer order. This is unjust. The study, if not deep, is graceful and certainly very effective. It has lately become the stamping ground for the display of piano athletics. Nearly all modern virtuosi pull to pieces the wings of this gay little butterfly. They smash it, they bang it, and, adding insult to cruelty, they finish it with 3 chords, mounting an octave each time, thus giving a conventional character to the close, the very thing the composer avoids. The Tellefsen's edition and Klindworth's give these differences. Macaulay, Von Bulow, and Kullak place the legato bow over the first 3 notes of the group. Riemann, of course, is different. The metronomic markings are about the same in all editions. Asiatic wildness, according to Von Bulow, pervades the B minor study, opus 25, No. 10, although Willeby claims it to be only a study in octaves "for the left hand." Von Bulow furthermore compares it, because of its monophonic character, to the chorus of Dervishes in Beethoven's Ruins of Athens. Niecks says it is "a real pandemonium. For a while holier sounds intervene, but finally hell prevails." The study is for Kullak "somewhat far-fetched and forced in invention, and leaves one cold, although it plunges on wildly to the end." Von Bulow has made the most complete edition. Klindworth strengthens the first and the 7/8 notes of the 5th bar before the last by filling in the harmonics of the left hand. This etude is an important one technically. Because many pianists make little of it does not abate its musical significance, and I am almost inclined to group it with the last 2 studies of this opus. The opening is portentous and soon becomes a driving whirlwind of tone. Chopin has never penned a lovelier melody than the one in B, the middle section of this etude. It is only to be compared to the one in the same key in the B minor scherzo, while the return to the first subject is managed as consummately as in the E flat minor scherzo from opus 35. I confess to being stirred by this B minor study, with its tempo at a forced draught and with its precipitous close. There is a lushness about the octave melody. The tune may be a little overripe, but it is sweet, sensuous music, and about it hovers the hush of a rich evening in early autumn. And now, the Winter Wind, the study in A minor, opus 25, No. 11. Here even Von Bulow becomes enthusiastic. It must be mentioned as a particular merit of this, the longest and, in every respect, the grandest of Chopin's studies, that, while producing the greatest fullness of sound imaginable, it keeps itself so entirely and utterly unorchestral, and represents piano music in the most accurate sense of the word. To Chopin is due the honor and credit of having set fast the boundary between piano and orchestral music, which through other composers of the romantic school, especially Robert Schumann, has been defaced and blotted out, to the prejudice and damage of both species." Kullak is equally as warm in his praise of it. "One of the grandest and most ingenious of Chopin's etudes, and a companion piece to Opus 10, No. 12, which perhaps it even surpasses. It is a bravura study of the highest order, and it is captivating through the boldness and originality of its passages, whose rising and falling waves, full of agitation, overflow the entire keyboard, captivating through its harmonic and modulatory shadings, and captivating, finally, through a wonderfully invented little theme, which is drawn like a red thread through all the flashing and glittering waves of tone, and which, as it were, prevents them from scattering to all quarters of the heavens. This little theme, strictly speaking only a phrase of two measures, is, in a certain sense, the motto which serves as a superscription for the etude, appearing first one-voiced and immediately after four-voiced. The slow time (lento) shows the great importance which is to be attached to it. They who have followed thus far and agree with what has been said cannot be in doubt concerning the proper artistic delivery. To execute the passages quite in the rapid time prescribed one must possess a finished technique, great facility, lightness of touch, equality, strength, and endurance in the forte passages, together with the clearest distinctness in the piano and pianissimo. All of this must have been already achieved, for the interpreter must devote his whole attention to the poetic contents of the composition, especially to the delivery of the march-like rhythms, which possess a life of their own, appearing now calm and circumspect, and anon bold and challenging. The march-like element naturally requires strict playing time." This study is magnificent, and moreover, it is music. In bar 15, Von Bulow makes B natural the second note of the last group, although all other editions, except Klindworth, uses a B flat. Von Bulow has common sense on his side. The B flat is a misprint. The same authority recommends slow staccato practice, with the lid of the piano closed. Then the hurly-burly of tone will not intoxicate the player and submerge his critical faculty. Each editor has his notion of the phrasing of the initial sixteenths, thus Macaulay's, which is normal. As regards grouping, Riemann follows Von Bulow, but places his accents differently. The canvas is Chopin's largest, for the idea and its treatment are on a vastly grander scale than any contained in the two concertos. The latter are after all miniatures, precious ones if you will, joined and built with cunning artifice. In neither work is there the restless overflow of this etude, which has been compared to the screaming of the winter blasts. Ah, how Chopin puts to flight those modern men who scheme out a big decorative pattern and then have nothing wherewith to fill it! He never relaxes his theme, and its fluctuating surprises are many. The end is notable for the fact that scales appear. Chopin very seldom uses scale figures in his studies. From Hummel to Thalberg and Herz the keyboard had glittered with spangled scales. Chopin must have been sick of them, as sick of them as of the left-hand melody with arpeggiated accompaniment at the right, à la Thalberg. Scales had been used too much, hence Chopin's sparing employment of them. In the first C sharp minor study, Opus 10, there is a run for the left hand in the coda. In the seventh study, same key, opus 25, there are more. The second study of opus 10, in A minor, is a chromatic scale study, but there are no other specimens of the form until the mighty run at the conclusion of this A minor study. It takes prodigious power and endurance to play this work, prodigious power, passion, and no little poetry. It is open air music, storm music, and at times moves in processional splendor. Small souled men, no matter how agile their fingers, should avoid it. The prime technical difficulty is the management of the thumb. Kullak has made a variant at the end for concert performance. It is effective. The average metronomic marking is 69 to the half. Kullak thinks the 12th and last study of opus 25 in C minor, "a grand, magnificent composition for practice in broken chord passages for both hands, which requires no comment." I differ from this worthy teacher. Rather is Niecks more to my taste. Number 12, C minor, in which the emotions rise not less high than the waves of arpeggios which symbolize them. Von Bulow is didactic. The requisite strength for this grandiose bravura study can only be attained by the utmost clearness, and thus only by a gradually increasing speed. It is therefore most desirable to practice it piano also by way of variety, for otherwise the strength of tone might easily degenerate into hardness, and in the poetic striving after a realistic portrayal of a storm on the piano the instrument, as well as the piece, would come to grief. The pedal is needful to give the requisite effect, and must change with every new harmony, but it should only be used in the latter stages of study, when the difficulties are nearly mastered." We have our preferences. Mine in opus 25 is the C minor study, which, like the prelude in D minor, is "full of the sound of great guns." Willeby thinks otherwise. On page 81 in his Life of Chopin he has the courage to write, "Had Professor Niecks applied the term monotonous to No. 12, we should have been more ready to endorse his opinion, as, although great power is manifested, the very sameness of the form of the arpeggio figure causes a certain amount of monotony to be felt." The C minor study is, in a degree, a return to the first study in C. While the idea in the former is infinitely nobler, more dramatic and tangible, there is in the latter naked, primeval simplicity, the elemental puissance. Monotonous? 1,000 times no! Monotonous as is the thunder and spray of the sea when it tumbles and roars on some sullen, savage Thor. Beethovenian in its ruggedness, the Chopin of this C minor study is as far removed from the musical dandyisms of the Parisian drawing rooms as is Beethoven himself. It is orchestral in intention and a true epic of the piano. Riemann places half notes at the beginning of each measure, as a reminder of the necessary clinging of the thumbs. I like Von Bulow's version the best of all. His directions are most minute. He gives the Liszt method of working up the climax in octave triplets. How Liszt must have thundered through this tumultuous work! Before it, all criticism should be silenced that fails to allow Chopin a place among the greatest creative musicians. We are here in the presence of Chopin the musician, not Chopin the composer for piano. In 1840, Trois Nouvelles Etudes, by Frédéric Chopin, appeared in the Méthode des méthodes pour le piano, by F. J. Fitty and I. Moschel. It was odd company for the Polish composer. "Internal evidence seems to show," writes Niecks, "that these weakest of the master's studies, which, however, are by no means uninteresting and certainly very characteristic, may be regarded more than opus 25 as the outcome of a gleaning. The last decade has added much to the artistic stature of these three supplementary studies. They have something of the concision of the preludes. The first is a masterpiece. In F minor, the theme in triplet quarters, broad, sonorous, and passionate, is unequally pitted against 4/8 notes in the bass. The technical difficulty to be overcome is purely rhythmic, and Kullak takes pains to show how it may be overcome. It is the musical, the emotional content of the study that fascinates. The worthy editor calls it a companion piece to the F minor study in opus 25. The comparison is not an apt one. Far deeper is this new study, and although the doors never swing quite open, we divine the tragic issues concealed. Beautiful in a different way is the A flat study which follows. Again, the problem is a rhythmical one, and again the composer demonstrates his exhaustless invention and his power of evoking a single mood, viewing all its lovely contours and letting it melt away like dream magic. Full of gentle sprightliness and lingering sweetness is this study. Chopin has the hypnotic quality more than any composer of the century, Richard Wagner excepted. After you have enjoyed playing this study, read Kullak and his Triplicity in Biplicity. It may do you good, and it will not harm the music. In all the editions save one that I have seen, the third study in D flat begins on A flat, like the famous Valse in D flat. The exception is Klindworth, who starts with B flat, the note above. The study is full of sunny, good humor, spiritualized humor, and leaves the most cheering impression after its performance. Its technical object is a simultaneous legato and staccato. The result is an idealized valse in allegretto tempo, the very incarnation of joy, tempered by aristocratic reserve. Chopin never romps, but he jests wittily, and always in supremely good taste. This study fitly closes his extraordinary labors in this form, and it is as if he had signed it F. Chopin et ego in Arcady. Among the various editions, let me recommend Klindworth for daily usage, while frequent reference to Von Bülow, Riemann, and Kullak cannot fail to prove valuable, curious, and interesting. Of the making of Chopin editions there is seemingly no end. In 1894 I saw in manuscript some remarkable versions of the Chopin studies by Leopold Godowsky. The study in G sharp minor was the first one published and played in public by this young pianist. Unlike the Brahms derangements, they are musical but immensely difficult. Topsy-turvied as are the figures, a Chopin, even if lopsided, hovers about, sometimes with eyebrows lifted, sometimes with angry, knitted forehead, and not seldom amused to the point of smiling. You see his narrow shoulders, shrugged in the Polish fashion as he examines the study in double thirds transposed to the left hand. Curiously enough, this transcription, difficult as it is, does not tax the fingers as much as a bedevilment of the A minor, opus 25, No. 4, which is extremely difficult, demanding color discrimination and individuality of finger. More breath-catching, and a piece at which one must cry out, "Hats off, gentlemen, a tornado," is the caprice called badinage. But if it is meant to badinage, it is no sport for the pianist of everyday technical attainments. This is formed of two studies. In the right hand is the G flat study, opus 25, No. 9, and in the left the black key study, opus 10, No. 5. The two go laughing through the world like old friends. Brother and sister they are tonally, trailing behind them a cloud of iridescent glory. Godowsky has cleverly combined the two, following their melodic curves as nearly as possible. In some places he has thickened the harmonies and shifted the black key figures to the right hand, It is the work of a remarkable pianist. This is the way it looks on paper at the beginning. The same study, G flat, opus 10, No. 5, is also treated separately, the melody being transferred to the treble. The butterfly octaves, in another study, are made to hop nimbly along in the left hand, and the C major study, opus 10, No. 7, Chopin's Toccata, is arranged for the left hand, and seems very practical and valuable. Here the adapter has displayed great taste and skill, especially on the third page. The pretty musical idea is not destroyed, but viewed from other points of vantage. Opus 10, No. 2, is treated like a left-hand study, as it should be. Chopin did not always give enough work to the left hand, and the first study of this opus in C is planned on brilliant lines for both hands. Ingenious is the manipulation of the seldom played opus 25, No. 5 in E minor. As a study in rhythms and double notes, it is very welcome. The F minor study, opus 25, No. 2, as considered by the ambidextrous Godowsky, is put in the bass, where it whirls along to the melodic encouragement of a theme of the paraphraser's own, in the right. This study has suffered the most of all, for Brahms, in his heavy, Teutonic way, set it grinding double sixths, while Isidore Philipp, in his Studies for the Left Hand, has harnessed it to sullen octaves. This Frenchman, by the way, also arranged for left hand alone the G sharp minor, the D flat double sixths, the A minor (Winter Wind) studies, the B flat minor prelude, and, terrible to relate, the last movement of the Chopin B flat minor sonata. Are the Godowsky transcriptions available? Certainly. In 10 years, so rapid is the technical standard advancing, they will be used in the curriculum of students. Whether he has treated Chopin with reverence, I leave my betters to determine. What has reverence to do with the case anyhow? Plato is parsed in the schoolroom, and Beethoven taught in conservatories. Therefore why worry over the question of Godowsky's attitude? Besides, he is writing for the next generation, presumably a generation of Rosenthals. And now, having passed over the salt and stubbly domain of pedagogics, what is the dominant impression gleaned from the 27 Chopin studies? Is it not one of admiration, tinged with wonder, at the prodigal display of thematic and technical invention? Their variety is great. The aesthetic side is nowhere neglected for the purely mechanical, and in the most poetic of them stuff may be found for delicate fingers. Astounding, canorous, enchanting, alembicated, and dramatic, the Chopin studies are exemplary essays in emotion and manner. In them is mirrored all of Chopin, the planetary as well as the secular Chopin. When most of his piano music has gone the way of all things fashioned by mortal hands, these studies will endure, will stand for the 19th century as Beethoven crystallized the 18th, Bach the 17th centuries in piano music. Chopin is a classic. End of chapter 6, part 3. End of chapter 6. Read by Robert Hoffman. Chapter 7 of Chopin, The Man and His Music. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Hoffman. Chopin, The Man and His Music, by James Huneker. Chapter 7. Moods in Miniature. The Preludes. The Preludes bear the opus number 28 and are dedicated to J.C. Kessler, a composer of well-known piano studies. It is only the German edition that bears his name, the French and English being inscribed by Chopin, Quai son homme Pleyel. As Pleyel advanced the pianist 2,000 francs for the preludes, he had a right to say, quote, "These are my preludes." Unquote. Niecks is authority for Chopin's remark, quote, I sold the preludes to Pleyel because he liked them." Unquote. This was in 1838, when Chopin's health demanded a change of climate. He wished to go to Majorca with Madame Sand and her children, and had applied for money to the piano maker and publisher, Camille Pleyel. He received but 500 francs in advance, the balance being paid on delivery of the manuscript. The Preludes were published in 1839, yet there is internal evidence which proves that most of them had been composed before the trip to the Balearic Islands. This will upset the very pretty legend of making music at the monastery of Valdemosa. Have we not all read with sweet credulity the eloquent pages in George Sand, in which the storm is described that overtook the novelist and her son Maurice? After terrible trials, dangers, and delays, they reached their home and found Chopin at the piano. Uttering a cry, he arose and stared at the pair. "Ah, I knew well that you were dead!" It was the sixth prelude, the one in B minor, that he played, and dreaming, as Sand writes, that "he saw himself drowned in a lake. Heavy, ice-cold drops of water fell at regular intervals upon his breast, and when I called his attention to those drops of water which were actually falling upon the roof, he denied having heard them. He was even vexed at what I translated by the term imitative harmony. He protested with all his might, and he was right, against the puerility of these imitations for the ear. His genius was full of mysterious harmonies of nature. Yet this prelude was composed previous to the Majorcan episode. "The preludes," says Niecks, "consist, to a great extent at least, of pickings from the composer's portfolios, of pieces, sketches, and memoranda written at various times and kept to be utilized when occasion might offer. Gutmann, Chopin's pupil, who nursed him to the last, declared the preludes to have been composed before he went away with Madame Sand, and to Niecks personally he maintained that he had copied all of them. Niecks does not credit him altogether, for there are letters in which several of the preludes are mentioned as being sent to Paris, so he reaches the conclusion that "Chopin's labors at Majorca on the preludes were confined to selecting, filling, and polishing." This seems to be a sensible solution. Robert Schumann wrote of these preludes, "I must signalize them as most remarkable. I will confess I expected something quite different, carried out in the grand style of his studies. It is almost the contrary here. These are sketches, the beginning of studies, or, if you will, ruins, eagle's feathers, all strangely intermingled. But in every piece we find in his own hand, Frederick Chopin wrote it. One recognizes him in his pauses, in his impetuous respiration. He is the boldest, the proudest poet soul of his time. To be sure, the book also contains some morbid, feverish, repellent traits, but let every one look in it for something that will enchant him. Philistines, however, must keep away." It was in these preludes that Ignaz Moscheles first comprehended Chopin and his methods of execution. The German pianist had found his music harsh and dilettantish in modulation, but Chopin's originality of performance, "he glides lightly over the keys in a fairy-like way with his delicate fingers," quite reconciled the elder man to this strange music. To Liszt, the preludes seem modestly named, but "are not the less types of perfection in a mode created by himself, and stamped, like all his other works, with the high impress of his poetic genius. Written in the commencement of his career, they are characterized by a youthful vigor not to be found in some of his subsequent works, even when more elaborate, finished, and richer in combinations; a vigor which is entirely lost in his latest productions, marked by an overexcited sensibility, a morbid irritability, and giving painful imitations of his own state of suffering and exhaustions." Liszt, as usual, erred on the sentimental side. Chopin, being essentially a man of moods, like many great men, and not necessarily feminine in this respect, cannot always be pinned down to any particular period. Several of the preludes are very morbid. I purposely use this word, as is some of his early music, while he seems quite gay just before his death. The preludes follow out no technical idea, are free creations on a small basis, and exhibit the musician in all his versatility. Says Louis Ehlert, "No work of Chopin's portrays his inner organization so faithfully and completely. Much is embryonic. It is as though he turned the leaves of his fancy without completely reading any page. Still, one finds in them the thundering power of the scherzi, the half satirical, half coquettish elegance of the mazurkas, and the southern, luxuriously fragrant breath of the nocturnes. Often it is as though they were small falling stars dissolved into tones as they fall." Jean Kleczynski, who is credited with understanding Chopin, himself a Pole and a pianist, thinks that "people have gone too far in seeking in the preludes for traces of that misanthropy, of that weariness of life to which he was prey during his stay in the island of Majorca. Very few of the preludes present this character of ennui, and that which is the most marked, the second one, must have been written, according to Count Tarnowski, a long time before he went to Majorca. What is there to say concerning the other preludes, full of good humor and gaiety? Number 18 in E flat, number 21 in B flat, number 23 in F, or the last in D minor. Is it not strong and energetic, concluding as it does with 3 cannon shots? Willeby in his Frédéric François Chopin considers at length the preludes. He agrees in the main with Niecks, that certain of these compositions were written at Valdemosa, numbers 4, 6, 9, 13, 20, and 21, and that Chopin, having sketches of others with him, completed the whole there, and published them under one opus number. "The atmosphere of those I have named is morbid and exotic, and to them there clings a faint flavor of disease, something which is overripe in its lusciousness and febrile in its passion. This in itself inclines me to believe they were written at the time named." This is all very well, but Chopin was faint and febrile in his music before he went to Majorca, and the plain facts adduced by Gutmann and Niecks cannot be passed over. Henry James, an old admirer of Madame Sand, admits her utter unreliability, and so we may look upon her evidence as romantic but by no means infallible. The case now stands. Chopin may have written a few of the preludes at Majorca, filed them, finished them, but the majority of them were in his portfolio in 1837 and 1838. Opus 45, a separate prelude in C sharp minor, was published in December, 1841. It was composed at Nohant in August of that year. It is dedicated to Mademoiselle la Princesse Elizabeth Czernicheff, whose name, as Chopin confesses in a letter, he knows not how to spell. Theodore Kullak is curt and pedagogic in his preface to the preludes. He writes, "Chopin's genius nowhere reveals itself more charmingly than within narrowly bounded musical forms. The preludes are, in their aphoristic brevity, masterpieces of the first rank. Some of them appear like briefly sketched mood pictures related to the nocturne style, and offer no technical hindrance even to the less advanced player. I mean numbers 4, 6, 7, 9, 15, and 20. More difficult are numbers 17, 25, and 11, without, however, demanding eminent virtuosity. The other preludes belong to a species of character étude. Despite their brevity of outline, they are on a par with the great collections opus 10 and opus 25. In so far as it is practicable, special cases of individual endowments not being taken into consideration, I would propose the following order of succession. Begin with numbers 1, 14, 10, 22, 23, 3, and 18. Very great bravura is demanded by numbers 12, 8, 16, and 24. The difficulty of the other preludes, numbers 2, 5, 13, 19, and 21, lies in the delicate piano and legato technique, which, on account of the extended position, leaps, and double notes, presupposes a high degree of development. This is eminently a common sense grouping. The first prelude, which, like the first étude, begins in C, has all the characteristics of an impromptu. We know the wonderful Bach preludes, which grew out of a free improvisation to a collection of dance forms called a suite, and the preludes which precede his fugues. In the latter, Bach sometimes exhibits all the objectivity of the study or toccata, and often wears his heart in full view. Chopin's preludes, the only preludes to be compared to Bach's, are largely personal, subjective, and intimate. This first one is not Bachian, yet it could have been written by no one but a devout Bach student. The pulsating, passionate, agitated, feverish, hasty qualities of the piece are modern. So is the changeful modulation. It is a beautiful composition, rising to no dramatic heights, but questioning and full of life. Klindworth writes in triplet groups, Kullak in quintolets. Breitkopf and Hartel do not. Dr. Hugo Riemann, who has edited a few of the preludes, phrases the first bars thus. Musical excerpt. Desperate and exasperating to the nerves is the second prelude in A minor. It is an asymmetric tune. Chopin seldom wrote ugly music, but is this not ugly, forlorn, despairing, almost grotesque and discordant? It indicates the deepest depression in its sluggish, snake-like progression. Willeby finds a resemblance to the theme of the first nocturne. And such a theme! The tonality is vague, beginning in E minor. Chopin's method of thematic parallelism is here very clear. A small figure is repeated in descending key until hopeless gloom and depraved melancholy are reached in the closing chords. Chopin now is morbid. Here are all his most antipathetic qualities. There is aversion to life. In this music he is a true lycanthrope. A self-induced hypnosis, a mental and emotional atrophy are all present. Kullak divides the accompaniment, difficult for small hands, between the two. Riemann detaches the eighth notes of the bass figures, as is his wont, for greater clearness. Like Klindworth, he accents heavily the final chords. He marks his metronome 50 to the half note. All the additions are lento with alla breve. That the preludes are a sheaf of moods, loosely held together by a rather vague title, is demonstrated by the third, in the key of G. The rippling, rain-like figure for the left hand is in the nature of a study. The melody is delicate in sentiment, Gallic in spirit. A true salon piece, this prelude has no hint of artificiality. It is a precise antithesis to the mood of the previous one. Graceful and gay, the G major prelude is a fair reflex of Chopin's sensitive and naturally buoyant nature. It requires a light hand and nimble fingers. The melodic idea requires no special comment. Kullak phrases it differently from Riemann and Klindworth. The latter is preferable. Klindworth gives 72 to the half note as his metronomic marking. Riemann only 60, which is too slow, while Klindworth contents himself by marking a simple vivace. Regarding the fingering one may say that all tastes are pleased in these three editions. Klindworth's is the easiest. Riemann breaks up the phrase in the bass figure, but I cannot see the gain on the musical side. Niecks truthfully calls the fourth prelude in E minor, "a little poem, the exquisitely sweet, languid pensiveness of which defies description. The composer seems to be absorbed in the narrow sphere of his ego, from which the wide, noisy world is for the time shut out." Willeby finds this prelude to be "one of the most beautiful of these spontaneous sketches, for they are no more than sketches. The melody seems literally to wail, and reaches its greatest pitch of intensity at the stretto." For Karasowski it is a "real gem, and alone would immortalize the name of Chopin as a poet." It must have been this number that impelled Rubinstein to assert that the preludes were the pearls of his works. In the Klindworth edition, fifth bar from the last, the editor has filled in the harmonies to the first 6 notes of the left hand, added thirds, which is not reprehensible, although uncalled for. Kullak makes some new dynamic markings and several enharmonic changes. He also gives as metronome 69 to the quarter. This tiny prelude contains wonderful music. The grave reiteration of the theme may have suggested to Peter Cornelius his song In tone. Chopin expands a melodic unit, and one singularly pathetic. The whole is like some canvas by Rembrandt, who first dramatized the shadow, in which a single motif is powerfully handled, some sombre effect of echoing light in the profound of a Dutch interior. For background Chopin has substituted his soul. No one in art, except Bach or Rembrandt, could paint as Chopin did in this composition. Its despair has the antique flavor, and there is a breadth, nobility, and proud submission, quite free from the tortured, whimpering complaint of the second prelude. The picture is small, but the subject looms large in meanings. The fifth prelude in D is Chopin at his happiest. Its arabesque pattern conveys a most charming content, and there is a dewy freshness, a joy in life, that puts to flight much of the morbid tittle-tattle about Chopin's sickly soul. The few bars of this prelude, so seldom heard in public, reveal musicianship of the highest order. The harmonic scheme is intricate. Klindworth phrases the first 4 bars so as to bring out the alternate B and B flat. It is Chopin spinning his finest, his most iridescent web. The next prelude, the sixth, in B minor, is doleful, pessimistic. As George Sand says, "It precipitates the soul into frightful depression." It is the most frequently played, and oh, how meaninglessly, prelude of the set, this and the one in D flat. Classical in its repression of feeling, its pure contour. The echo effect is skilfully managed, monotony being artfully avoided. Klindworth rightfully slurs the duple group of eighths. Kullak tries for the same effect by different means. The duality of the voices should be clearly expressed. The tempo, marked in both editions, lento assai, is fast. To be precise, Klindworth gives 66 to the quarter. The plaintive little mazurka of 2 lines, the seventh prelude, is a mere silhouette of the national dance. Yet in its measures is compressed all Mazovia. Klindworth makes a variant in the 4th bar from the last, a G sharp instead of an F sharp. It is a more piquant climax, perhaps not admissible to the Chopin purist. In the F sharp minor prelude, No. 8, Chopin gives us a taste of his grand manner. For Niecks, the piece is jerky and agitated, and doubtless suggests a mental condition bordering on anxiety. But if frenzy there is, it is kept well in check by the exemplary taste of the composer. The sadness is rather elegiac, remote, and less poignant than the E minor prelude. Harmonic heights are reached on the second page. Surely Wagner knew these bars when he wrote Tristan and Isolde. While the ingenuity of the figure and avoidance of rhythmical monotone are evidences of Chopin's feeling for the decorative. It is a masterly prelude. Klindworth accents the first of the bass triplets, and makes an unnecessary enharmonic change at the 6th and 7th lines. There is a measure of grave content in the 9th prelude in E. It is rather gnomic, and contains hints of both Brahms and Beethoven. It has an ethical quality, but that may be because of its churchly rhythm and color. The C sharp minor prelude, No. 10, must be the "eagle's wings" of Schumann's critique. There is a flash of steel gray, deepening into black, and then the vision vanishes, as though some huge bird aloft had plunged down through blazing sunlight, leaving a color echo in the void as it passed to its quarry. Or, to be less figurative, this prelude is a study in arpeggio, with double notes interspersed, and is too short to make more than a vivid impression. No. 11 in B is all too brief. It is vivacious, dolce indeed, and most cleverly constructed. Klindworth gives a more blinding character of the first double notes. "Another gleam of the Chopin sunshine." Storm clouds gather in the G sharp minor, the 12th prelude, so unwittingly imitated by Grieg in his minuetto of the same key, and in its driving presto we feel the passionate clench of Chopin's hand. It is convulsed with woe, but the intellectual grip, the self-command are never lost in these 2 pages of perfect writing. The figure is suggestive, and there is a well-defined technical problem as well as a psychical character. Disputed territory is here. The editors do not agree about the 12th and 11th bars from the last. According to Breitkopf and Hartel, the bass octaves are E both times. Mikuli gives G sharp the first time instead of E. Klindworth, G sharp the second time. Riemann, E, and also Kullak. The G sharp seems more various. In the 13th prelude, F sharp major, there is lovely atmosphere, pure and peaceful. The composer has found mental rest. Exquisitely poised are his pinions for flight, and in the più lento he wheels significantly and majestically about in the blue. The return to earth is the signal for some strange modulatory tactics. It is an impressive close. Then, almost without pause, the blood begins to boil in this fragile man's veins. His pulse beat increases, and with stifled rage he rushes into the battle. In the 14th prelude, in the sinister key of E flat minor, and its heavy, sullen arched triplets recalls for Niecks the last movement of the B flat minor sonata. But there is less interrogation in the prelude, less sophistication, and the heat of the conflict over it all. There is not a break in the clouds until the beginning of the 15th, the familiar prelude in D flat. This must be George Sand's, "Some of them create such vivid impressions that the shades of dead monks seem to rise and pass before the hearer in solemn and gloomy funeral pomp." The work needs no program. Its serene beginning, lugubrious interlude, with the dominant pedal never ceasing, a basso ostinato, gives color to Kleczynski's contention that the prelude in B minor is a mere sketch of the idea fully elaborated in No. 15. "The foundation of the picture is the drops of rain falling at regular intervals." The echo principle again, which by their continual patter bring the mind to a state of sadness. A melody full of tears is heard through the rush of the rain. Then passing to the key of C sharp minor, it rises from the depths of the bass to a prodigious crescendo, indicative of the terror which nature in its deathly aspect excites in the heart of man. Here again the form does not allow the ideas to become too somber. Notwithstanding the melancholy which seizes you, a feeling of tranquil grandeur revives you. To Niecks, the C sharp minor portion affects one as in an oppressive dream. "The reutterance of the opening D flat, which dispels the dreadful nightmare, comes upon one with the smiling freshness of dear, familiar nature." The prelude has a nocturnal character. It has become slightly banal from frequent repetition, likewise the C sharp minor study in opus 25. But of its beauty, balance, and exceeding chastity there can be no doubt. The architecture is at once Greek and Gothic. The 16th prelude in the relative key of B flat minor is the boldest of the set. Its scale figures, seldom employed by Chopin, boil and glitter, the thematic thread of the idea never being quite submerged. Fascinating, full of perilous acclivities and sudden treacherous descents, this most brilliant of preludes is Chopin in riotous spirits. He plays with the keyboard. It is an avalanche, anon a cascade, then a swift stream, which finally, after mounting to the skies, descends to an abyss. Full of imaginative lift, caprice, and stormy dynamics, this prelude is the darling of the virtuoso. Its pregnant introduction is like a madly jutting rock from which the eagle spirit of the composer precipitates itself. In the 23rd bar there is a curious editorial discrepancy. Klindworth uses an A natural in the first of the four groups of sixteenths, Kullak a B natural. Riemann follows Kullak. Nor is this all. Kullak in the second group, right hand, has an E flat, Klindworth a D natural. Which is correct? Klindworth's texture is more closely chromatic and it sounds better, the chromatic parallelism being more carefully preserved. Yet I fancy that Kullak has tradition on his side. The 17th prelude, Niecks finds Mendelssohnian. I do not. It is suave, sweet, well developed, yet Chopin to the core, and its harmonic life surprisingly rich and novel. The mood is one of tranquillity. The soul loses itself in early autumnal reverie, while there is yet splendor on earth and in the skies. Full of tonal contrasts, this highly finished composition is grateful to the touch. The 11 booming A flats on the last page are historical. Klindworth uses a B flat instead of a G at the beginning of the melody. It is logical, but is it Chopin? The fiery recitatives of No. 18 in F minor are a glimpse of Chopin, muscular and not hectic. In these editions you will find 3 different groupings of the cadenzas. It is Riemann's opportunity for pedagogic editing, and he does not miss it. In the first long-breathed group of 22 16th notes, he phrases as shown on the following page. It may be noticed that Riemann even changes the arrangement of the bars. This prelude is dramatic almost to an operatic degree. Sonorous, rather grandiloquent, it is a study in declamation, the declamation of the slow movement in the F minor concerto. Schumann may have had the first phrase in his mind when he wrote in his Aufschwung. This page is Chopin's, the torso of a larger idea, ignobly rhetorical. Musical excerpt. What piano music is the 19th prelude in E flat! Its widely dispersed harmonies, its murmuring grace and June-like beauty, are they not Chopin, the Chopin we best love? He is ever the necromancer, ever invoking phantoms. But with its whirling melody and furtive caprice this particular shape is an alluring one, and difficult it is to interpret with all its plangent lyric freedom. Number 20 in C minor contains in its 13 bars the sorrows of a nation. It is without doubt a sketch for a funeral march, and of it George Sand must have been thinking when she wrote that one prelude of Chopin contained more music than all the trumpetings of Meyerbeer. Of exceeding loveliness is the B flat major prelude, No. 21. It is superior in content and execution to most of the nocturnes. In feeling it belongs to that form. The melody is enchanting. The accompaniment figure shows inventive genius. Klindworth employs a short appoggiatura, Kullak the long, in the second bar. Judge of what is true editorial sciolism when I tell you that Riemann, who evidently believes in a rigid melodic structure, has inserted an E flat at the end of bar 4, thus maiming the tender, elusive quality of Chopin's theme. This is cruelly pedantic. The prelude arrests one in ecstasy. The fixed period of contemplation of the saint or the hypnotized sets in, and the awakening is almost painful. Chopin, adopting the relative minor key as a pendant to the picture in B flat, thrills the nerves by a bold dissonance in the next prelude, No. 22. Again, concise paragraphs filled with the smoke of revolt and conflict. The impetuosity of this largely molded piece in G minor, its daring harmonics, read the 17th and 18th bars, and dramatic note make it an admirable companion to the prelude in F minor. Technically it serves as an octave study for the left hand. In the concluding bar, but one, Chopin has in the F major prelude attempted a most audacious feat in harmony. An E flat in the bass of the third group of sixteenths leaves the whole composition floating enigmatically in thin air. It deliciously colors the close, leaving a sense of suspense, of anticipation which is not tonally realized, for the succeeding number is in a widely divorced key, but it must have pressed hard the Philistines, and this prelude, the 23rd, is fashioned out of the most volatile stuff. Aerial, imponderable, and like a sunshot spider web oscillating in the breeze of summer, its hues change at every puff. It is in extended harmonics and must be delivered with spirituality. The horny hand of the toilsome pianist would shatter the delicate, swinging fantasy of the poet. Kullak points out a variant in the 14th bar, G instead of B natural being used by Riemann. Klindworth prefers the latter. We have reached the last prelude of opus 28. In D minor it is sonorously tragic, troubled by fevers and visions, and capricious, irregular and massive in design. It may be placed among Chopin's greater works, the two Etudes in C minor, the A minor and the F sharp minor prelude. The bass requires an unusual span, and the suggestion by Kullak that the thumb of the right hand may eke out the weakness of the left is only for the timid and the small of fist. But I do not counsel following his two variants in the 5th and 23rd bars. Chopin's text is more telling. Like the vast reverberation of monstrous waves on the implacable coast of a remote world is this prelude. Despite its fatalistic ring, its note of despair is not dispiriting. Its issues are larger, more impersonal, more elemental than the other preludes. It is a veritable appassionata, but its theatre is cosmic and no longer behind the closed doors of the cabinet of Chopin's soul. The Seelenschrei of Stanislaw Przybyszewski is here. Explosions of wrath and revolt. Not Chopin suffers, but his countrymen. Kleczynski speaks of the three tones at the close. They are the final clangor of oppressed, almost overthrown, reason. After the subject reappears in C minor there is a shift to D flat, and for a moment a point of repose is gained. But this elusive rest is brief. The theme reappears in the tonic and in octaves, and the tension becomes too great. The accumulated passion discharges and dissolves in a fierce gust of double chromatic thirds and octaves. Powerful, repellent, this prelude is almost infernal in its pride and scorn. But in it I discern no vestige of uncontrolled hysteria. It is well nigh as strong, rank, and human as Beethoven. The various editorial phraseology is not of much moment. Riemann uses 32nd notes for the cadenzas, Kullak eighths, and Klindworth sixteenths. Niecks writes of the prelude in C sharp minor, opus 45, that it deserves its name better than almost any one of the 24. Still, I would rather call it improvisata. It seems unpremeditated, a heedless outpouring, when sitting at the piano in a lonely, dreary hour, perhaps in the twilight. The quaver figure rises aspiringly, and the sustained parts swell out proudly. The piquant cadenza forestalls in the progression of diminished chords, favorite effects of some of our most modern composers. The modulation from C sharp minor to D major and back again, after the cadenza, is very striking and equally beautiful. Elsewhere I have called attention to the Brahmsian coloring of this prelude. Its mood is fugitive and hard to hold after capture. Recondite it is and not music for the multitude. Niecks does not think Chopin created a new type in the preludes. "They are too unlike each other in form and character." Yet notwithstanding the fleeting, evanescent moods of the preludes, there is designedly a certain unity of feeling, and contrasted tonalities, all being grouped in approved Bach-ian manner. This may be demonstrated by playing them through at a sitting, which Arthur Friedheim, the Russian virtuoso, did in a concert with excellent effect. As if wishing to exhibit his genius in perspective, Chopin carved these cameos with exceeding fineness, exceeding care. In a few of them the idea overbalances the form, but the greater number are exquisite examples of a just proportion of manner and matter, a true blending of voice and vision. Even in the more microscopic ones the tracery, echoing like the spirals in strange seashells, is marvelously measured. Much in miniature are these sculptured preludes of the Polish poet. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Chopin, the Man and His Music. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Chopin, the Man and His Music, by James Huneker. Chapter 8. Impromptus and Valses. To write of the four impromptus in their own key of unrestrained feeling and pondered intention would not be as easy as recapturing the first careless rapture of the lark. With all the freedom of an improvisation, the Chopin impromptu has a well-defined form. There is structural impulse, although the patterns are free and original. The mood color is not much varied in three, the first, third, and fourth, but in the second there is a ballade-like quality that hints of the tragic. The A flat impromptu, opus 29, is, if one is pinned down to the title, the happiest named of the set. Its seething, prankish, nimble, bubbling quality is indicated from the start. The D natural in the treble against the C and E flat, the dominant, in the bass is a most original effect, and the flowing triplets of the first part of this piece give a ductile, gracious, high-bred character to it. The chromatic involutions are many and interesting. When the F minor part is reached the ear experiences the relief of a strongly contrasted rhythm. The simple duple measure, so naturally ornamented, is nobly, broadly melodious. After the return of the first dimpling theme there is a short coda, a chiaroscura, and then with a few chords the composition goes to rest. A bird flew that way. Rubato should be employed, for, as Kleczynski says, here everything totters from foundation to summit, and everything is, nevertheless, so beautiful and so clear. But only an artist with velvety fingers should play this sounding arabesque. There is more limpidezza, more pure grace of line in the first impromptu than in the second in F sharp, opus 36. Here symmetry is abandoned, as Kullak remarks, but the compensation of intenser emotional issues is offered. There is something sphinx-like in the pose of this work. Its nocturnal beginning with the carillon-like bass, a bass that ever recalls to me the faint buried tones of Hauptmann's Sunken Bell, the sweetly grave close of the section, the faint hoof-beats of an approaching cavalcade, with the swelling thunders of its passage, surely suggests a narrative, a programme. After the D major episode there are 2 bars of anonymous modulation. These bars creak on their hinges, and the first subject reappears in F, then climbs to F sharp, thence merges into a glittering melodic organ point, exciting, brilliant, the whole subsiding into an echo of earlier harmonies. The final octaves are marked fortissimo, which always seems brutal. Yet its logic lies in the scheme of the composer. Perhaps he wished to arouse us harshly from his dreamland, as was his habit while improvising for friends. A glissando would send them home shivering after an evening of delicious reverie. Niecks finds this impromptu lacking the pith of the first. To me it is of more moment than the other 3. It is irregular and wavering in outline, the moods are wandering and capricious, yet who dares deny its power, its beauty? In its use of accessory figures it does not reveal so much ingenuity, but just because the figure in the carpet is not so varied in pattern, its passion is all the deeper. It is another ballade, sadder, more meditative of the tender grace of vanished days. The third impromptu in G flat, opus 51, is not often played. It may be too difficult for the vandal with an average technique, but it is neither so fresh in feeling nor so spontaneous in utterance as its companions. There is a touch of the faded, blasé, and it is hardly healthy in sentiment. Here are some Ophidian curves in triplets, as in the first impromptu, but with interludes of double notes, in coloring tropical and rich to morbidity. The E flat minor trio is a fine bit of melodic writing. The absence of simplicity is counterbalanced by greater freedom of modulation and complexity of pattern. The impromptu flavor is not missing, and there is allied to delicacy of design a strangeness of sentiment, that strangeness which Edgar Poe declared should be a constituent element of all great art. The Fantaisie impromptu in C sharp minor, opus 66, was published by Fontana in 1855, and it is one of the few posthumous works of Chopin worthy of consideration. It was composed about 1834. A true impromptu, but the title of Fantaisie given by Fontana is superfluous. The piece presents difficulties, chiefly rhythmical. Its involuted first phrases suggest the Bellinian fioriture so dear to Chopin, but the D-flat part is without nobility. Here is the same kind of saccharine melody that makes mawkish the trio in the Marche Funèbre. There seems no danger that this Fantaisie impromptu will suffer from neglect, for it is the joy of the piano student, who turns its presto into a slow, blurred mess of badly related rhythms, and its slower movement into a long-drawn, sentimental agony. But in the hands of a master, the C-sharp minor impromptu is charming, though not of great depth. The first impromptu, dedicated to Mademoiselle la Comtesse de Lobau, was published December 1837, the second May 1840, the third, dedicated to Madame la Comtesse Esterhazy, February 1843. Not one of these four impromptus is as naive as Schubert's. They are more sophisticated, and do not smell of nature and her simplicities. Of the Chopin valses it has been said that they are dances of the soul and not of the body. Their animated rhythms, insouciant airs, and brilliant coquettish atmosphere, the true atmosphere of the ballroom, seem to smile at Ehlert's poetic exaggeration. The valses are the most objective of the Chopin works, and in few of them is there more than a hint of the sullen Sargasson seas of the nocturnes and scherzi. Nietzsche's La Gaia Scienza, the gay science, is beautifully set forth in the 15 Chopin valses. They are less intimate, in the psychic sense, but exquisite exemplars of social intimacy and aristocratic abandon. As Schumann declared, the dancers of these valses should be at least countesses. There is a high-bred reserve despite their intoxication, and never a hint of the brawling peasants of Beethoven, Grieg, Brahms, Tschaikowsky, and the rest. But little of Vienna is in Chopin. Around the measures of this most popular of dances he has thrown mystery, allurement, and in them secret whisperings and the unconscious sigh. It is going too far not to dance to some of this music, for it is putting Chopin away from the world he at times loved. Certain of the valses may be danced, the first, second, fifth, sixth, and a few others. The dancing would of necessity be more picturesque and less conventional than required by the average waltz, and there must be fluctuations of tempo, sudden surprises, and abrupt languors. The mazurkas and polonaises are danced to-day in Poland, why not the valses? Chopin's genius reveals itself in these dance forms, and their presentation should be not solely a psychic one. Kullak, stern old pedagogue, divides these dances into two groups, the first dedicated to terpsichore, the second a frame for moods. Chopin admitted that he was unable to play valses in the Viennese fashion, yet he has contrived to rival Strauss in his own genre. Some of these valses are trivial, artificial, most of them are bred of candlelight and the swish of silken attire, and a few are poetically morbid and stray across the border into the rhythms of the mazurka. All of them have been edited to death, reduced to the commonplace by vulgar methods of performance, but are altogether sprightly, delightful specimens of the composer's careless, vagrant, and happy moods. Kullak utters words of warning to the unquiet sex regarding the habitual neglect of the bass. It should mean something in valse tempo, but it usually does not. Nor need it be brutally banged. The fundamental tone must be cared for, the subsidiary harmonies lightly indicated. The rubato in the valses need not obtrude itself as in the mazurkas. Opus 18 in E flat was published in June 1834, and dedicated to Mademoiselle Laura Harford. It is a true ballroom picture, spirited and infectious in rhythms. Schumann wrote rhapsodically of it. The D-flat section has a tang of the later Chopin. There is bustle, even chatter in this valse, which in form and content is inferior to Opus 34, No. 1, A flat. The three valses of this set were published December 1838. There are many editorial differences in the A flat valse, owing to the careless way it was copied and pirated. Klindworth and Kullak are the safest for dynamic markings. This valse may be danced as far as its dithyrhambic coda. Notice in this coda, as in many other places, the debt Schumann owes Chopin for a certain passage in the preambule of his Carnival. The next valse in A minor has a tinge of Sarmatian melancholy. Indeed, it is one of Chopin's most desponding moods. The episode in C rings of the mazurka, and the A major section is of exceeding loveliness. Its coda is characteristic. This valse is a favorite, and who need wonder? The F major valse, the last of this series, is a whirling, wild dance of atoms. It has the perpetuum mobile quality, and older masters would have prolonged its giddy arabesques into pages of senseless spinning. It is quite long enough as it is. The second theme is better, but the appoggiatures are flippant. It buzzes to the finish. Of it is related that Chopin's cat sprang upon his keyboard, and in its feline flight gave him the idea of the first measures. I suppose, as there is a dog valse, there had to be one for the cat. But, as Rossini would have said, ça sent de Scarlatti. The A minor valse was, of the three, Chopin's favorite. When Stephen Heller told him that this too was his beloved valse, Chopin was greatly pleased, inviting the Hungarian composer, Niecks relates, to luncheon at the Café Riche. Not improvised in the ballroom as the preceding, yet a marvellous epitome is the A flat valse, opus 42, published July 1840. It is the best rounded specimen of Chopin's experimenting with the form. The prolonged trill on the E flat, summoning us to the ballroom, the suggestive intermingling of rhythms, duple and triple, the coquetry, hesitation, passionate avowal, and the superb coda, with its echoes of evening, have not these episodes a charm beyond compare? Only Schumann, in certain pages of his Carnival, seizes the secret of young life and love, but his is not so finished, so glowing a tableau. Regarding certain phrasing of this valse, Moritz Rosenthal wrote to the London Musical Standard: "In music there is liberty and fraternity, but seldom equality, and in music social democracy has no voice. Notes have a right in the aftertone (Nachton), and this right depends upon their rôle in the key. The Vorhalt (accented passing note) will always have an accent. On this point Riemann must without question be considered right. Likewise the feeling player will mark those notes that introduce the transition to another key. We will now consider our example and set down my accents." Musical score excerpt. In the first bar we have the tonic chord of its major key as bass, and are thus not forced to any accent. In the second bar we have the dominant harmony in the bass, and in the treble C, which falls upon the downbeat as Vorhalt to the next tone, B flat, so it must be accented. Also in the fourth bar the B flat is Vorhalt to the B flat, and likewise requires an accent. In bars 6, 7, and 8 the notes A flat, B flat, and C are without doubt the characteristic ones of the passage, and the E flat has in each case only a secondary significance. That a genius like Chopin did not indicate everything accurately is quite explainable. He flew where we merely limp after. Moreover, these accents must be felt rather than executed, with softest touch, and as tenderly as possible. The D flat valse, Le Valse du Petit Chien, is of George Sand's own prompting. One evening at her home in the Square d'Orléans, she was amused by her little pet dog chasing its tail. She begged Chopin, her little pet pianist, to set the tail to music. He did so, and behold, the world is richer for this piece. I do not dispute the story. It seems well grounded, but then it is so ineffably silly. The three valses of this opus 64 were published September 1847, and are respectively dedicated to the Comtesse Delphine Potocka, the Baron Nathaniel de Rothschild, and the Baronne Beronika. I shall not presume to speak of the execution of the D flat valse. Like the rich, it is always with us. It is usually taken at a meaningless, rapid gait. I have heard it played by a genuine Chopin pupil, M. Georges Mathias, and he did not take it prestissimo. He ran up the D flat scale, ending with a sforzato at the top, and gave a variety of nuance to the composition. The cantabile is nearly always delivered with sloppiness of sentiment. This valse has been served up in a highly indigestible condition for concert purposes by Tausig, Joseffy, whose arrangement was the first to be heard here, Theodor Ritter, Rosenthal, and Isidor Philippe. The C sharp minor valse is the most poetic of all. The first theme has never been excelled by Chopin for a species of veiled melancholy. It is a fascinating, lyrical sorrow, and what Kullak calls the psychologic motivation of the first theme in the curving figure of the second does not relax the spell. A space of clearer skies, warmer, more consoling winds are in the D flat interlude, but the spirit of unrest, ennui, returns. The elegiac imprint is unmistakable in this soul dance. The A flat valse which follows is charming. It is for superior souls who dance with intellectual joy, with the joy that comes of making exquisite patterns and curves. Out of the salon and from its brilliantly lighted spaces the dancers do not wander, do not dance into the darkness and churchyard, as Ehlert imagines of certain other valses. The 2 valses in op. 69, 3 valses op. 70, and the 2 remaining valses in E minor and E major need not detain us. They are posthumous. The first of op. 69 in F minor was composed in 1836, the B minor in 1829, G flat op. 70 in 1835, F minor in 1843, and D flat major 1830. The E major and E minor were composed in 1829. Fontana gave these compositions to the world. The F minor valse op. 69 No. 1 has a charm of its own. Kullak prints the Fontana and Klindworth variants. This valse is suavely melancholy, but not so melancholy as the B minor of the same opus. It recalls in color the B minor mazurka. Very gay and sprightly is the G flat valse, op. 70 No. 1. The next in F minor has no special physiognomy, while the third in D flat contains, as Niecks points out, germs of the op. 42 and the op. 34 valses. It recalls to me the D flat study in the supplementary series. The E minor valse, without opus, is beloved. It is very graceful and not without sentiment. The major part is the early Chopin. The E major valse is published in the Mikuli edition. It is commonplace, hinting of its composer only in places. Thus ends the collection of valses, not Chopin's most signal success in art, but a success that has dignified and given beauty to this conventional dance form. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Chopin, the Man and His Music. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christopher Smith. Chopin, the Man and His Music by James Huneker. Chapter 9, Night and Its Melancholy Mysteries, the Nocturnes. Here is the chronology of the Nocturnes. Opus 9, 3 Nocturnes, January 1833. Opus 15, 3 Nocturnes, January 1834. Opus 27, 2 Nocturnes, May 1836. Opus 32, 2 Nocturnes, December 1837. Opus 37, 2 Nocturnes, May 1840. Opus 48, 2 Nocturnes, November 1841. Opus 55, 2 Nocturnes, August 1844. Opus 62, 2 Nocturnes, September 1846. In addition, there is a nocturne written in 1828 and published by Fontana with the opus number 72, number 2, and the lately discovered one in C-sharp minor, written when Chopin was young and published in 1895. This completes the nocturne list, but following Niecks' system of formal grouping, I include the berceuse and the barcarolle as full-fledged specimens of nocturnes. John Field has been described as the forerunner of Chopin. The limpid style of this pupil and friend of Clementi, his beautiful touch and finished execution were certainly admired and imitated by the Pole. Field's nocturnes are now neglected, so curious are time's caprices, and without warrant, for not only is Field the creator of the form, but in both his concertos and nocturnes he has written charming, sweet, and sane music. He rather patronized Chopin, for whose melancholy pose he had no patience. He has the talent of the hospital, growled Field, in the intervals between his wine-drinking, pipe-smoking, and the washing of his linen. The latter economical habit he contracted from Clementi. There is some truth in his stricture. Chopin, seldom exuberantly cheerful, is morbidly sad and complaining in many of the nocturnes. The most admired of his compositions, with the exception of the valses, they are in several instances his weakest. Yet he ennobled the form originated by Field, giving it dramatic breadth, passion, and even grandeur. Set against Field's naive and idyllic specimens, Chopin's efforts are often too bejewelled for true simplicity, too lugubrious, too tropical. Asiatic is a better word, and they have the exotic savour of the heated conservatory, and not the fresh scent of the flowers reared in the open by the less poetic Irishman. And then Chopin is so desperately sentimental in some of these compositions. They are not altogether to the taste of this generation. They seem to be suffering from anemia. However, there are a few noble nocturnes, and methods of performance may have much to answer for the sentimentalizing of some others. More vigor, a quickening of the time pulse, and a less languishing touch will rescue them from lush sentiment. Chopin loved the night and its soft mysteries as much as did Robert Louis Stevenson, and his nocturnes are true night pieces, some with agitated, remorseful countenance, others seen in profile only, while many are whisperings at dusk. Most of them are called feminine, a term psychologically false. The poetic side of men of genius is feminine, and in Chopin the feminine note was overemphasized. At times it was almost hysterical, particularly in these nocturnes. The Scotch have a proverb: "She wove her shroud and wore it in her lifetime." In the nocturnes the shroud is not far away. Chopin wove his to the day of his death, and he wore it sometimes, but not always, as many think. One of the most elegiac of his nocturnes is the first in B-flat minor. It is one of three, opus 9, dedicated to Madame Camille Pleyel. Of far more significance than its two companions, it is, for some reason, neglected. While I am far from agreeing with those who hold that in the early Chopin all his genius was completely revealed, yet this nocturne is as striking as the last, for it is at once sensuous and dramatic, melancholy and lovely. Emphatically a mood, it is best heard on a grey day of the soul, when the times are out of joint. Its silken tones will bring a triste content as they pour out upon one's hearing. The second section, in octaves, is of exceeding charm. As a melody, it has all the lurking voluptuousness and mystic crooning of its composer. There is flux and reflux throughout, passion peeping out in the coda. The E-flat nocturne is graceful, shallow of content, but if it is played with purity of touch and freedom from sentimentality, it is not nearly so banal as it usually seems. It is Field-like, therefore play it as did Rubinstein, in a Field-like fashion. Hadow calls attention to the remote and recondite modulations in the 12th bar, the chromatic double notes. For him, they only are one real modulation. The rest of the passage is an iridescent play of colour, an effect of superficies, not an effect of substance. It was the E-flat nocturne that unloosed Rellstab's critical wrath in the Iris. Of it he wrote, "Where Field smiles, Chopin makes a grinning grimace. Where Field sighs, Chopin groans. Where Field shrugs his shoulders, Chopin twists his whole body. Where Field puts some seasoning into the food, Chopin empties a handful of cayenne pepper." In short, if one holds Field's charming romances before a distorting concave mirror, so that every delicate impression becomes a coarse one gets Chopin's work. We implore Mr. Chopin to return to nature. Rellstab might have added that while Field was often commonplace, Chopin never was. Rather is to be preferred the sound judgment of J. W. Davison, the English critic and husband of the pianist Arabella Goddard. Of the early works, he wrote, "Commonplace is instinctively avoided in all the works of Chopin. A stale cadence or a trite progression, a humdrum subject or a worn-out passage, a vulgar twist of the melody or a hackneyed sequence, a meagre harmony or an unskilful counterpoint, may in vain be looked for throughout the entire range of his compositions, the prevailing characteristics of which are a feeling as uncommon as beautiful, a treatment as original as felicitous, a melody and a harmony as new, fresh, vigorous, and striking as they are utterly unexpected and out of the original track." In taking up one of the works of Chopin, you are entering, as it were, a fairyland untrodden by human footsteps, a path hitherto unfrequented but by the great composer himself. Gracious, even coquettish, is the first part of the B major nocturne of this opus. Well knit, the passionate intermezzo has the true dramatic Chopin ring. It should be taken à la breve. The ending is quite effective. I do not care much for the F major nocturne, opus 15, number 1. The opus is dedicated to Ferdinand Hiller. Ehlert speaks of "the ornament in triplets with which he brushes the theme as with the gentle wings of a butterfly," and then discusses the artistic value of the ornament which may be so profitably studied in the Chopin music. From its nature, the ornament can only beautify the beautiful. Music like Chopin's, with its predominating elegance, could not forego ornament. But surely he did not purchase it of a jeweler. He designed it himself with a delicate hand. He was the first to surround a note with diamond facets and to weave the rushing floods of his emotions with the silver beams of the moonlight. In his nocturnes there is a glimmering as of distant stars. From these dreamy, heavenly gems he has borrowed many a line. The Chopin nocturne is a dramatized ornament. And why may not art speak for once in such symbols? In the much admired F sharp major nocturne, the principal theme makes its appearance, so richly decorated that one cannot avoid imagining that his fancy confined itself to the arabesque form for the expression of its poetical sentiments. Even the middle part borders upon what I should call the tragic style of ornament. The ground thought is hidden behind a dense veil, but a veil, too, can be an ornament. In another place, Ehlert thinks that the F sharp major nocturne seems inseparable from champagne and truffles. It is certainly more elegant and dramatic than the one in F major which precedes it. That, with the exception of the middle part in F minor, is weak, although rather pretty and confiding. The F sharp nocturne is popular. The doppio movimento is extremely striking, and the entire piece is saturated with young life, love, and feelings of goodwill to men. Read Kleczynski. The third nocturne of the three is in G minor, and contains some fine, picturesque writing. Kullak does not find in it aught of the fantastic. The languid, earth-weary voice of the opening, and the churchly refrain of the chorale, is not this fantastic contrast? This nocturne contains in solution all that Chopin developed later in a nocturne of the same key. But I think the first stronger. Its lines are simpler, more primitive, its coloring less complicated, yet quite as rich and gloomy. Of it Chopin said, "After Hamlet," but changed his mind. "Let them guess for themselves," was his sensible conclusion. Kullak's program has a conventional ring. It is the lament for the beloved one, the lost Lenore, with the consolation of religion thrown in. The bell tones of the plain chant bring to my mind little that consoles, although the piece ends in the major mode. It is like Poe's Ulalume, a complete and tiny tone poem. Rubinstein made much of it. In the fourth bar, and for 3 bars, there is a held note F, and I heard the Russian virtuoso, by some miraculous means, keep this tone prolonged. The tempo is abnormally slow, and the tone is not in a position where the sustaining pedal can sensibly help it. Yet under Rubinstein's fingers it swelled and diminished, and went singing into D, as if the instrument were an organ. I suspected the inaudible changing of fingers on the note or a sustaining pedal. It was wonderfully done. The next nocturne, Opus 27, No. 1, brings us before a masterpiece. With the possible exception of the C minor nocturne, this one, in the sombre key of C sharp minor, is the great essay in the form. Kleczynski finds it a description of a calm night at Venice, where, after a scene of murder, the sea closes over a corpse and continues to serve as a mirror to the moonlight. This is melodramatic. Willoughby analyzes it at length with the scholarly fervor of an English organist. He finds the accompaniment to be mostly on a double pedal, and remarks that higher art than this one could not have if simplicity of means be a factor of high art. The wide-meshed figure of the left hand supports a morbid, persistent melody that grates on the nerves. From the più mosso the agitation increases, and here let me call to your notice the Beethovenish quality of these bars, which continue until the change of signature. There is a surprising climax followed by sunshine and favor in the D-flat part. Then, after mounting dissonances, a bold succession of octaves returns to the feverish plaint of the opening. Kullak speaks of a resemblance to Meyerbeer's song Le Moine. The composition reaches exalted states. Its psychological tension is so great at times as to border on a pathological condition. There is unhealthy power in this nocturne, which is seldom interpreted with sinister subtlety. Henry T. Fink rightfully thinks it embodies a greater variety of emotion and more genuine dramatic spirit on 4 pages than many operas on 400. The companion picture in D-flat, Opus 27, No. 2, has, as Karasowski writes, a profusion of delicate fioriture. It really contains but one subject, and is a song of the sweet summer of 2 souls, for there is obvious meaning in the duality of voices. Often heard in the concert room, this nocturne gives us a surfeit of sixths and thirds, of elaborate ornamentation and monotone of mood. Yet it is a lovely, imploring melody, and harmonically most interesting. A curious marking, and usually overlooked by pianists, is the crescendo and con forza of the cadenza. This is obviously erroneous. The theme, which occurs 3 times, should first be piano, then pianissimo, and lastly forte. This opus is dedicated to the Comtesse d'Appogny. The best part of the next nocturne, B major, Opus 32, No. 1, dedicated to Madame de Billing, is the coda. It is in the minor, and is like the drum beat of tragedy. The entire ending, a stormy recitative, is in stern contrast to the dreamy beginning. Kullak, in the first bar of the last line, uses a G, Fontana F sharp, and Klindworth the same as Kullak. The nocturne that follows in A flat is a reversion to the field type, the opening recalling that master's B flat nocturne. The F minor section of Chopin's broadens out to dramatic reaches, but as an entirety, this opus is a little tiresome. Nor do I admire inordinately the nocturne in G major, Opus 37, No. 1. It has a complaining tone, and the chorale is not noteworthy. This particular part, so Chopin's pupil Gutmann declared, is taken too slowly, the composer having forgotten to mark the increased tempo. But the nocturne in G, Opus 37, No. 2, is charming. Painted with Chopin's most ethereal brush, without the cloying splendors of the one in D flat, the double sixths, fourths, and thirds are magically euphonious. The second subject, I agree with Karasowski, is the most beautiful melody Chopin ever wrote. It is in true barcarolle vein, and most subtle are the shifting harmonic hues. Pianists usually take the first part too fast, the second too slowly, transforming this poetic composition into an etude. As Schumann wrote of this opus, the two nocturnes differ from his earlier ones chiefly through greater simplicity of decoration and more quiet grace. We know Chopin's fondness in general for spangles, gold trinkets, and pearls. He has already changed and grown older. Decoration he still loves, but it is of a more judicious kind, behind which the nobility of the poetry shimmers through with all the more loveliness. Indeed, taste, the finest, must be granted him. Both numbers of this opus are without dedication. They are the offspring of the trip to Majorca. Niecks, writing of the G major nocturne, adjures us not to tarry too long in the treacherous atmosphere of this Capua. It bewitches and unmans. Kleczynski calls the one in G minor homesickness, while the celebrated nocturne in C minor is the tale of a still greater grief told in an agitated recitando, celestial harps. Ah, I hear the squeak of the old romantic machinery, come to bring one ray of hope, which is powerless in its endeavor to calm the wounded soul, which sends forth to heaven a cry of deepest anguish. It doubtless has its despairing movement, this same nocturne in C minor, opus 48, number 1, but Karasowski is nearer right when he calls it broad and most imposing, with its powerful intermediate movement, a thorough departure from the nocturne style. Willoughby finds it sick and labored, and even Niecks does not think it should occupy a foremost place among its companions. The ineluctable fact remains that this is the noblest nocturne of them all. Biggest in conception, it seems a miniature music drama. It requires the grand manner to read it adequately, and the doppio movimento is exciting to a dramatic degree. I fully agree with Kullak that too strict adherence to the marking of this section produces the effect of an inartistic precipitation which robs the movement of clarity. Kleczynski calls the work the contrition of a sinner, and devotes several pages to its elucidation. De Lenz chats most entertainingly with Tausig about it. Indeed, an imposing march of splendor is the second subject in C. A fitting pendant is this work to the C-sharp minor nocturne. Both have the heroic quality, both are free from mawkishness, and are of the greater Chopin, the Chopin of the mode masculine. Niecks makes a valuable suggestion. In playing these nocturnes, opus 48, there occurred to me a remark of Schumann's when he reviewed some nocturnes by Count Wielhorski. He said that the quick middle movements which Chopin frequently introduced into his nocturnes are often weaker than his first conceptions, meaning the first portions of his nocturnes. Now, although the middle part in the present instances are, on the contrary, slower movements, yet the judgment holds good, at least with respect to the first nocturne, the middle part of which has nothing to recommend it but a full, sonorous instrumentation, if I may use this word in speaking of one instrument. The middle part of the second, D flat molto più lento, however, is much finer. In it we meet again, as we did in some other nocturnes, with soothing, simple chord progressions. When Gutmann studied the C-sharp minor nocturne with Chopin, the master told him that the middle section, the molto più lento in D-flat major, should be played as a recitative. A tyrant commands, the first two chords, he said, and the other asks for mercy. Of course, Niecks means the F-sharp minor, not the C-sharp minor nocturne, opus 48, number 2, dedicated with the C minor to Mademoiselle L. Dupère. Opus 55, two nocturnes in F minor and E-flat major, need not detain us long. The first is familiar. Kleczynski devotes a page or more to its execution. He seeks to vary the return of the chief subject with nuances, as would an artistic singer the couplets of a classic song. There are cries of despair in it, but at last a feeling of hope. Kullak writes of the last measures, "Thank God, the goal is reached." It is the relief of a major key after prolonged wanderings in the minor. It is a nice nocturne, neat in its sorrow, yet not epoch-making. The one following has the impression of an improvisation. It also has the merit of being seldom heard. These two nocturnes are dedicated to Mademoiselle J. W. Stirling. Opus 62 brings us to a pair in B major and E major, inscribed to Madame de Konneritz. The first, the tuberose nocturne, is faint, with a sick, rich odor. The climbing trellis of notes that so unexpectedly leads to the tonic is charming, and the chief tune has a charm, a fruity charm. It is highly ornate, its harmonies dense, the entire surface overrun with wild ornamentation and a profusion of trills. The piece, the third of its sort in the key of B, is not easy. Mertke gives the following explication of the famous chain trills. Musical score excerpt. Although this nocturne is luxuriant in style, it deserves warmer praise than is accorded it. Irregular as its outline is, its troubled lyrism is appealing, is melting, and the A-flat portion, with its hesitating, timid accents, has great power of attraction. The E major nocturne has a bardic ring. Its song is almost declamatory and not at all sentimental, unless so distorted, as Niecks would have us imagine. The intermediate portion is wavering and passionate, like the middle of the F-sharp major nocturne. It shows no decrease in creative vigor or lyrical fancy. The Klindworth version differs from the original, as an examination of the following examples will show, the upper being Chopin's. Musical score excerpt. The posthumous nocturne in E minor, composed in 1827, is weak and uninteresting. Moreover, it contains some very un-Chopin-like modulations. The recently discovered nocturne in C-sharp minor is hardly a treasure trove. It is vague and reminiscent. The following note was issued by its London publishers, Ascherberg and Company. The first question, suggested by the announcement of a new posthumous composition of Chopin's, will be, what proof is there of its authenticity? To musicians and amateurs who cannot recognize the beautiful nocturne in C-sharp minor as indeed the work of Chopin, it may in the first place be pointed out that the original manuscript, of which a facsimile is given on the title page, is in Chopin's well-known handwriting, and secondly, that the composition, which is strikingly characteristic, was at once accepted as the work of Chopin by the distinguished composer and pianist Balakirev, who played it for the first time in public at the Chopin Commemoration Concert, held in the autumn of 1894 at the Zelazowa Wola, and afterward at Warsaw. This nocturne was addressed by Chopin to his sister Louise at Warsaw in a letter from Paris, and was written soon after the production of the two lovely piano concertos, when Chopin was still a very young man. It contains a quotation from his most admired concerto in F minor, and a brief reference to the charming song known as The Maiden's Wish, two of his sister's favourite melodies. The manuscript of the nocturne was supposed to have been destroyed in the sacking of the Zamośki Palace at Warsaw toward the end of the insurrection of 1863, but it was discovered quite recently among papers of various kinds in the possession of a Polish gentleman, a great collector, whose son offered Mr. Polinsky the privilege of selecting from such papers. His choice was 3 manuscripts of Chopin's, one of them being this nocturne. A letter from Mr. Polinsky on the subject of this nocturne is in the possession of Miss Janotha. Is this the nocturne of which Tausig spoke to his pupil Josephi as belonging to the master's best period, or did he refer to the one in E minor? The Berceuse, Opus 57, published in June 1845, and dedicated to Mademoiselle Elise Gavard, is the very sophistication of the art of musical ornamentation. It is built on a tonic and dominant bass, the triad of the tonic and the chord of the dominant seventh. A rocking theme is set over this basso ostinato, and the most enchanting effects are produced. The rhythm never alters in the bass, and against this background, the monotone of a dark grey sky, the composer arranges an astonishing variety of fireworks, some florid, some subdued, but all delicate in tracery and design. Modulations from pigeon egg blue to Nile green, most misty and subtle modulations, dissolve before one's eyes, and for a moment the sky is peppered with tiny stars in doubles, each independently tinted. Within a small segment of the chromatic bow, Chopin has imprisoned new, strangely dissonant colours. It is a miracle. And after the drawn-out chord of the dominant seventh and the rain of silvery fire ceases, one realizes that the whole piece is a delicious illusion, but an ululation in the key of D flat, the apotheosis of pyrotechnical colorature. Niecks quotes Alexander Dumas fils, who calls the Berceuse muted music, but introduces a Turkish bath comparison which crushes the sentiment. Mertke shows the original and Klindworth's reading of a certain part of the Berceuse, adding a footnote to the examples. The Barcarolle, Opus 60, published in September 1846, is another highly elaborated work. Niecks must be quoted here. One day Tausig, the great piano virtuoso, promised W. de Lenz to play him Chopin's Barcarolle, adding, "That is a performance which must not be undertaken before more than 2 persons. I shall play you my own self. I love the piece, but take it rarely." Lenz got the music, but it did not please him. It seemed to him a long movement in the nocturne style, a babel of figuration on a lightly laid foundation. But he found that he had made a mistake, and after hearing it played by Tausig, confessed that the virtuoso had infused into the 9 pages of innovating music of one and the same long-breathed rhythm so much interest, so much motion, so much action, that he regretted the long piece was not longer. Tausig's conception of the Barcarolle was this: there are 2 persons concerned in the affair. It is a love scene in a discreet gondola. Let us say this mise en scène is the symbol of a lover's meeting generally. This is expressed in thirds and sixths. The dualism of 2 notes, persons, is maintained throughout. All is 2-voiced, 2-souled. In this modulation in C-sharp major, superscribed dolce sfogato, there are kiss and embrace. This is evident. When, after 3 bars of introduction, the theme, lightly rocking in the bass solo, enters in the 4th, this theme is nevertheless made use of throughout the whole fabric only as an accompaniment, and on this the cantilena in 2 parts is laid. We have thus a continuous, tender dialogue. The Barcarolle is a nocturne painted on a large canvas with larger brushes. It has Italian color in spots. Schumann said that melodically Chopin sometimes leans over Germany into Italy, and is a masterly one in sentiment, pulsating with amorousness. To me, it sounds like a lament for the splendors now vanished of Venice the Queen. In bars 8, 9, and 10, counting backward, Louis Ehlert finds obscurities in the middle voices. It is dedicated to the Baronne de Stockhausen. The nocturnes, including the Berceuse and Barcarolle, should seldom be played in public, and not the public of a large hall. Something of Chopin's delicate, tender warmth and spiritual voice is lost in larger spaces. In a small auditorium, and from the fingers of a sympathetic pianist, the nocturnes should be heard, that their intimate night side may be revealed. Many are like the musique en sourdine of Paul Verlaine in his Chanson d'automne, or Le piano que baise une main frêle. They are essentially for the twilight, for solitary enclosures, where their still, mysterious tones, silent thunder in the leaves, as Yeats sings, become eloquent and disclose the poetry and pain of their creator. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Chopin, the Man and His Music. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chopin, the Man and His Music, by James Huneker. Chapter 10. The Ballades, Fairy Dramas. W. H. Haddo has said some pertinent things about Chopin in Studies in Modern Music, yet we cannot accept unconditionally his statement that, in structure, Chopin is a child playing with a few simple types, and almost as helpless as soon as he advances beyond them. In phraseology, he is a master whose felicitous perfection of style is one of the abiding treasures of the art. Chopin, then, according to Haddo, is no builder of the lofty rhyme, but the poet of the single line, the maker of the phrase exquisite. This is hardly comprehensive. With the more complex classical types of the musical organism, Chopin had little sympathy, but he contrived nevertheless to write two movements of a piano sonata that are excellent. The first half of the B-flat minor sonata. The idealized dance forms he preferred. The Polonaise, mazurka, and valse were already there for him to handle, but the ballade was not. Here he is not imitator, but creator. Not loosely jointed, but compact structures glowing with genius and presenting definite unity of form and expression, are the ballades, commonly written in 6/8 and 6/4 time. None of Chopin's compositions surpasses in masterliness of form and beauty and poetry of contents his ballades. In them he attains the acme of his power as an artist, remarks Niecks. I am ever reminded of Andrew Lang's lines, the thunder and surge of the Odyssey, when listening to the G minor ballade, opus 23. It is the Odyssey of Chopin's soul. That cello-like largo with its noiseless suspension stays us for a moment in the courtyard of Chopin's House Beautiful. Then, told in his most dreamy tones, the legend begins. As in some fabulous tales of the genii, this ballade discloses surprising and delicious things. There is the tall lily in the fountain that nods to the sun. It drips in cadenced monotone, and its song is repeated on the lips of the slender-hipped girl with the eyes of midnight. And so might I weave for you a story of what I see in the ballade, and you would be aghast or puzzled. With such a composition, any program could be sworn to, even the silly story of the Englishman who haunted Chopin, beseeching him to teach him this ballade. That Chopin had a program, a definite one, there can be no doubt. But he has, wise artist, left us no clue beyond Mickiewicz, the Polish bard with Lithuanian poems. In Leipzig, Karasowski relates that when Schumann met Chopin, the pianist confessed having been incited to the creation of the ballades by the poetry of his fellow countrymen. The true narrative tone is in this symmetrically constructed ballade, the most spirited, most daring work of Chopin, according to Schumann. Louis Ehlert says of the four ballades, each one differs entirely from the others, and they have but one thing in common, their romantic working out and the nobility of their motives. Chopin relates in them, not like one who communicates something really experienced. It is as though he told what never took place, but what has sprung up in his inmost soul, the anticipation of something longed for. They may contain a strong element of national woe, much outwardly expressed and inwardly burning rage over the sufferings of his native land, yet they do not carry with a positive reality like that which in a Beethoven sonata will often call words to our lips. Which means that Chopin was not such a realist as Beethoven? Ehlert is one of the few sympathetic German Chopin commentators, yet he did not always indicate these salient outlines of his art. Only the Slav may hope to understand Chopin thoroughly. But these ballades are more truly touched by the universal than any other of his works. They belong as much to the world as to Poland. The G minor ballade after Konrad Wallenrod is a logical, well-knit, and largely planned composition. The closest parallelism may be detected in its composition of themes. Its second theme in E-flat is lovely in line, color, and sentiment. The return of the first theme in A minor and the quick answer in E of the second are evidences of Chopin's feeling for organic unity. Development, as in strict cyclic forms, there is not a little. After the cadenza, built on a figure of wavering tonality, a valse-like theme emerges and enjoys a capricious butterfly existence. It is fascinating. Passage work of an etherealized character leads to the second subject, now augmented and treated with a broad brush. The first questioning theme is heard again, and with a perpendicular roar the presto comes upon us. For 2 pages the dynamic energy displayed by the composer is almost appalling. A whirlwind, I have called it elsewhere. It is a storm of the emotions, muscular in its virility. I remember de Pachmann, a close interpreter of certain sides of Chopin, playing this coda piano, pianissimo, and prestissimo. The effect was strangely irritating to the nerves, and reminded me of a tornado seen from the wrong end of an opera glass. According to his own lights, the Russian virtuoso was right. His strength was not equal to the task. And so, imitating Chopin, he topsy-turvied the shading. It recalled Moscheles' description of Chopin's playing. His piano is so softly breathed forth that he does not require any strong forte to produce the wished-for contrast. This G minor ballade was published in June 1836 and is dedicated to Baron Stockhausen. The last bar of the introduction has caused some controversy. Gutmann, Mikuli, and other pupils declare for the E-flat. Klindworth and Kullak use it. Xavier Charvenka has seen fit to edit Klindworth and gives a D natural in the Augener edition. That he is wrong, internal testimony abundantly proves. Even Willoughby, who personally prefers the D natural, thinks Chopin intended the E-flat, and quotes a similar effect 28 bars later. He might have added that the entire composition contains examples. Look at the first bar of the valse episode in the bass. As Niecks thinks, this dissonant E-flat may be said to be the emotional keynote of the whole poem. It is a questioning thought that, like a sudden pain, shoots through mind and body. There is other and more confirmatory evidence. Ferdinand von Inten, a New York pianist, saw the original Chopin manuscript at Stuttgart. It was the property of Professor Liebert, Levy, since deceased. And in it, without any question, stands the much-discussed E-flat. This testimony is final. The D natural robs the bar of all meaning. It is insipid, colorless. Kullak gives 60 to the half note at the moderato. On the third page, third bar, he uses F natural in the treble. So does Klindworth, although F sharp may be found in some editions. On the last page, second bar, first line, Kullak writes the passage beginning with E-flat in eighth notes, Klindworth in 16ths. The close is very striking, full of the splendors of glancing scales and shrill octave progressions. It would inspire a poet to write words to it, said Robert Schumann. Perhaps the most touching of all that Chopin has written is the tale of the F major ballade. I have witnessed children lay aside their games to listen thereto. It appears like some fairy tale that has become music. The four-voiced part has such a clearness withal, it seems as if warm spring breezes were waving the lithe leaves of the palm tree. How soft and sweet a breath steals over the senses and the heart. And how difficult it seems to be to write of Chopin except in terms of impassioned prose. Louis Ehlert, a romantic in feeling and a classicist in theory, is the writer of the foregoing. The second ballade, although dedicated to Robert Schumann, did not excite his warmest praise. A less artistic work than the first, he wrote, but equally fantastic and intellectual. Its impassioned episodes seem to have been afterward inserted. I recollect very well that when Chopin played this ballade for me it finished in F major. It now closes in A minor. Willoughby gives its key as F minor. It is really in the keys of F major, A minor. Chopin's psychology was seldom at fault. A major ending would have crushed this extraordinary tone poem, written, Chopin admits, under the direct inspiration of Adam Mickiewicz's Les La de Willy. Willoughby accepts Schumann's dictum of the inferiority of this ballade to its predecessor. Niecks is quite justified in asking how two such wholly dissimilar things can be compared and weighed in this fashion. In truth, they cannot. The second ballade possesses beauties in no way inferior to those of the first, he continues. What can be finer than the simple strains of the opening section? They sound as if they had been drawn from the people's storehouse of song. The entrance of the presto surprises and seems out of keeping with what precedes. But what we hear after the return of tempo primo, the development of those simple strains, or rather the cogitations on them, justifies the presence of the presto. The second appearance of the latter leads to an urging, restless coda in A minor, which closes in the same key and pianissimo with a few bars of the simple, serene, now veiled first strain. Rubinstein bore great love for this second ballade. This is what it meant for him. Is it possible that the interpreter does not feel the necessity of representing to his audience a field flower caught by a gust of wind, a caressing of the flower by the wind, the resistance of the flower, the stormy struggle of the wind, the entreaty of the flower, which at last lies there broken, and, paraphrased, the field flower a rustic maiden, the wind a knight. I can find no lack of affinity between the andantino and presto. The surprise is a dramatic one, withal rudely vigorous. Chopin's robust treatment of the first theme results in a strong piece of craftsmanship. The episodical nature of this ballade is the fruit of the esoteric moods of its composer. It follows a hidden story, and has the quality, as the second impromptu in F sharp, of great unpremeditated art. It shocks one by its abrupt but by no means fantastic transitions. The key color is changeful, and the fluctuating themes are well contrasted. It was written at Majorca while the composer was only too noticeably disturbed in body and soul. Presto con fuoco, Chopin marks the second section. Kullak gives 84 to the quarter, and for the opening 66 to the quarter. He also wisely marks crescendos in the bass at the first thematic development. He prefers the E, as does Klindworth, 9 bars before the return of the presto. At the 8th bar, after this return, Kullak adheres to the E instead of F at the beginning of the bar, treble clef. Klindworth indicates both. Nor does Kullak follow Mikuli in using a D in the coda. He prefers a D sharp instead of a natural. I wish the second ballade were played oftener in public. It is quite neglected for the third in A flat, which, as Ehlert says, has the voice of the people. This ballade, the Undine of Mickiewicz, published November 1841, and dedicated to Mademoiselle P. de Noailles, is too well known to analyze. It is the schoolgirl's delight, who familiarly toy with its demons, seeing only favor and prettiness in its elegant measures. In it, the refined, gifted Pole, who is accustomed to move in the most distinguished circles of the French capital, is preeminently to be recognized. Thus Schumann, forsooth, it is aristocratic, gay, graceful, piquant, and also something more. Even in its playful moments there is a delicate irony, a spiritual sporting with graver and more passionate emotions. Those broken octaves which usher in each time the second theme, with its fascinating, infectious, rhythmical lilt, what an ironically joyous fillip they give the imagination. A coquettish grace, if we accept by this expression that half-unconscious toying with the power that charms and fires, that follows up confession with reluctance, seems the very essence of Chopin's being. It becomes a difficult task to transcribe the easy transitions, full of an irresistible charm, with which he portrays love's game. Who will not recall the memorable passage in the A-flat ballade, where the right hand alone takes up the dotted eighths after the sustained chord of the sixth of A-flat? Could a lover's confusion be more deliciously enhanced by silence and hesitation? Ehlert above evidently sees a ballroom picture of brilliancy, with the regulation tender avowal. The episodes of this ballade are so attenuated of any grosser elements that none but psychical meanings should be read into them. The disputed passage is on the 5th page of the Kullak edition, after the trills. A measure is missing in Kullak, who, like Klindworth, gives it a footnote. To my mind, this repetition adds emphasis, although it is a formal blur. And what an irresistible moment it is, this delightful territory, before the darker mood of the C-sharp minor part is reached. Niecks becomes enthusiastic over the insinuation and persuasion of this composition, the composer showing himself in a fundamentally caressing mood. The ease with which the entire work is floated proves that Chopin in mental health was not daunted by larger forms. There is moonlight in this music, and some sunlight too. The prevailing moods are coquetry and sweet contentment. Contrapuntal skill is shown in the working out section. Chopin always wears his learning lightly. It does not oppress us. The inverted dominant pedal in the C-sharp minor episode reveals, with the massive coda, a great master. Kullak suggests some variance. He uses the transient shake in the 3rd bar instead of the appoggiatura which Klindworth prefers. Klindworth attacks the trill on the 2nd page with the upper tone, A flat. Kullak and Mertke, in the Steingraber edition, play the passage in this manner. Musical score excerpt from the original version of the Opus 47 Ballade. Here is Klindworth. Musical score excerpt of the same passage in Klindworth's edition. Of the 4th and glorious ballade in F minor dedicated to Baron C. de Rothschild, I could write a volume. It is Chopin in his most reflective yet lyric mood. Lyrism is the keynote of the work, a passionate lyrism, with a note of self-absorption, suppressed feeling. Truly Slavic, this shyness, and a concentration that is remarkable even for Chopin. The narrative tone is missing after the 1st page, a rather moody and melancholic pondering usurping its place. It is the mood of a man who examines with morbid, curious insistence the malady that is devouring his soul. This ballade is the companion of the Fantaisie Polonaise, but as a ballade fully worthy of its sisters, to quote Niecks. It was published December 1843. The theme in F minor has the elusive charm of a slow, mournful valse that returns twice, bejeweled, yet never overladen. Here is the very apotheosis of the ornament. The figuration sets off the idea in dazzling relief. There are episodes, transitional passage work, distinguished by novelty and the finest art. At no place is there display for display's sake. The cadenza in A is a pause for breath, rather a sigh, before the rigorously logical imitations which presage the re-entrance of the theme. How wonderfully the introduction comes in for its share of thoughtful treatment. What a harmonist! And consider the D-flat score runs in the left hand. How suave, how satisfying is this page. I select for a special admiration this modulatory passage. Musical score excerpt. And what could be more evocative of dramatic suspense than the 16 bars before the mad, terrifying coda? How the solemn splendors of the half notes weave an atmosphere of mystic tragedy. This soul suspension recalls Maeterlinck. Here is the episode. Musical score excerpt. A story of Delinc's that lends itself to quotation is about this piece. Tausig impressed me deeply in his interpretation of Chopin's ballade in F minor. It has 3 requirements: the comprehension of the program as a whole, for Chopin writes according to a program, to the situations in life best known to and understood by himself, and in an adequate manner; the conquest of the stupendous difficulties in complicated figures, winding harmonies, and formidable passages. Tausig fulfilled these requirements, presenting an embodiment of the signification and the feeling of the work. The ballade, Andante con moto, 6/8, begins in the major key of the dominant. The 7th measure comes to a stand before a fermata on C major. The easy handling of these 7 measures Tausig interpreted thus: the piece has not yet begun, in his firmer, nobly expressive exposition of the principal theme, free from sentimentality, to which one might easily yield. The grand style found due scope. An essential requirement in an instrumental virtuoso is that he should understand how to breathe, and how to allow his hearers to take breath, giving them an opportunity to arrive at a better understanding. By this I mean a well-chosen incision, the caesura, and a lingering, letting in air, Tausig cleverly called it, which in no way impairs rhythm and time, but rather brings them into stronger relief. A lingering which our signs of notation cannot adequately express, because it is made up of atomic time values. Rub the bloom from a peach or from a butterfly. What remains will belong to the kitchen, to natural history. It is not otherwise with Chopin. The bloom consisted in Tausig's treatment of the ballade. He came to the first passage, the motive among blossoms and leaves. A figurated recurrence to the principal theme is in the inner parts, its polyphonic variant. A little thread connects this with the chorale-like introduction of the second theme. The theme is strongly and abruptly modulated, perhaps a little too much so. Tausig tied the little thread to a doppio movimento in 2/4 time, but thereby resulted sextolets, which threw the chorale into much bolder relief. Then followed a passage a tempo, in which the principal theme played hide-and-seek. How clear it all became as Tausig played it. Of technical difficulties he knew literally nothing. The intricate and evasive parts were as easy as the easiest, I might say easier. I admired the short trills in the left hand, which were trilled out quite independently, as if by a second player. The gliding ease of the cadence marked dolcissimo. It swung itself into the higher register, where it came to a stop before A major, just as the introduction stopped before C major. Then, after the theme has once more presented itself in a modified form, variant, it comes under the pestle of an extremely figurate coda, which demands the study of an artist, the strength of a robust man, the most vigorous pianistic health, in a word. Tausig overcame this threatening group of terrific difficulties, whose appearance in the piece is well explained by the program, without the slightest effect. The coda, in modulated harp tones, came to a stop before a fermata which corresponded to those before mentioned, in order to cast anchor in the haven of the dominant, finishing with a witch's dance of triplets, doubled in thirds. This piece winds up with extreme bravura. The lingering mentioned by Delaunce is tempo rubato, so fatally misunderstood by most Chopin players. Delaunce in a note quotes Meyerbeer as saying, Meyerbeer, who quarreled with Chopin about the rhythm of a mazurka, "Can one reduce women to notation? They would breed mischief were they emancipated from the measure." There is passion, refined and swelling, in the curves of this most eloquent composition. It is Chopin at the supreme summit of his art, an art alembicated, personal and intoxicating. I know of nothing in music like the F minor ballade. Bach in the chromatic fantasia, be not deceived by its classical contours, it is music hot from the soul. Beethoven in the first movement of the C-sharp minor sonata, the arioso of the sonata opus 110, and possibly Schumann in the opening of his C major fantaisie, are as intimate, as personal as the F minor ballade, which is as subtly distinctive as the hands and smile of Lisa Gioconda. Its inaccessible position preserves it from rude and irreverent treatment. Its witchery is irresistible. End of chapter 10. Recording by Joy S. Grape. www.coffeewithleonardcohen.com.
Chapter 11 of Chopin, The Man and His Music. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Fraser. Chopin, The Man and His Music by James Huneker. Chapter 11, Classical Currents. Guy de Maupassant put before us a widely diverse number of novels in a famous essay attached to the definitive edition of his masterpiece, Pierre et Jean, and puzzlingly demanded the real form of the novel. If Don Quixote is one, how can Madame Bovary be another? If Les Miserables is included in the list, what are we to say to Huysmans' Là-bas? Just such a question I should like to propound, substituting sonata for novel. If Scarlatti wrote sonatas, What is the Appassionata? If the A-flat Weber is one, can the F minor Brahms be called a sonata? Is the Haydn form orthodox and the Schumann heterodox? These be enigmas to make weary the formalists. Come, let us confess, and in the open air, there is a great amount of hypocrisy and cant in this matter. We can, as can any conservatory student, give the recipe for turning out a smug specimen of the form, but when we study the great examples, it is just the subtle eluding of hard and fast rules that distinguishes the efforts of the masters from the machine work of apprentices and academic monsters. Because it is no servile copy of the Mozart sonata, the F sharp minor of Brahms is a piece of original art. Beethoven, at first, trod in the well-blazed path of Haydn, but study his second period, and it sounds the big Beethoven note. There is no final court of appeal in the matter of musical form, and there is none in the matter of literary style. The history of the sonata is the history of musical evolution. Every great composer, Schubert included, added to the form, filed here, chipped away there, introduced lawlessness where reigned prim order. Witness the Schumann F sharp minor sonata, and then came Chopin. The Chopin sonata has caused almost as much warfare as the Wagner music drama. It is all the more ludicrous, for Chopin never wrote but one piano sonata that has a classical complexion, in C minor, opus 4, and it was composed as early as 1828. Not published until July 1851, it demonstrates without a possibility of doubt that the composer had no sympathy with the form. He tried so hard and failed so dismally that it is a relief when the second and third sonatas are reached, for in them there are only traces of formal beauty and organic unity. But then there is much Chopin, while little of his precious essence is to be tasted in the first sonata. Chopin wrote of the C minor sonata, "As a pupil, I dedicated it to Elsner," and, oh the irony of criticism, it was praised by the critics because it was not so revolutionary as the variations, opus 2. This, too, despite the larghetto in 5/4 time. The first movement is wheezing and all but lifeless. One asks in astonishment what Chopin is doing in this gallery. And it is technically difficult. The menuetto is excellent, its trio being a faint approach to Beethoven in colour. The unaccustomed rhythm of the slow movement is irritating. Our young Chopin does not move about as freely as Benjamin Godard in the scherzo of his violin and piano sonata in the same bizarre rhythm. Niecks sees naught but barren waste in the finale. I disagree with him. There is the breath of a stirring spirit, an imitative attempt that is more diverting than the other movements. Above all, there is movement, and the close is vigorous, though banal. The sonata is the dullest music penned by Chopin, but as a whole it hangs together as a sonata better than its two successors. So much for an attempt at strict devotion to scholastic form. From this schoolroom we are transported in opus 35 to the theatre of larger life and passion. The B-flat minor sonata was published May 1840. Two movements are masterpieces. The funeral march that forms the third movement is one of the Pole's most popular compositions, while the finale has no parallel in piano music. Schumann says that Chopin here bound together four of his maddest children, and he is not astray. He thinks the march does not belong to the work. It certainly was written before its companion movements. As much as Hadoff admires the first two movements, he groans at the last pair, though they are admirable when considered separately. These four movements have no common life. Chopin says he intended the strange finale as a gossiping commentary on the march. The left hand, unisono, with the right hand, are gossiping after the march. Perhaps the last two movements do hold together, but what have they in common with the first two? Tonality proves nothing. Notwithstanding the grandeur and beauty of the grave, the power and passion of the scherzo, This sonata in B-flat minor is not more a sonata than it is a sequence of ballades and scherzi. And again we are at the de Maupassant crux. The work never could be spared. It is Chopin mounted for action and in the thick of the fight. The doppio movimento is pulse-stirring, a strong, curt, and characteristic theme for treatment. Here is power, and in the expanding prologue flashes more than a hint of the tragic. The D-flat melody is soothing, charged with magnetism, and urged to a splendid fever of climax. The working out section is too short and dissonantal, but there is development, perhaps more technical than logical. I mean by this, more pianistic than intellectually musical. And we mount with the composer until the B-flat version of the second subject is reached, for the first subject, strange to say, does not return. From that on, to the firm chords of the close, there is no misstep, no faltering or obscurity. Noble pages have been read, and the scherzo is approached with eagerness. Again, there is no disappointment. On numerous occasions I have testified my regard for this movement in warm and uncritical terms. It is simply unapproachable, and has no equal for lucidity, brevity, and polish among the works of Chopin, except the scherzo in C-sharp minor, but there is less irony, more muscularity, and more native sweetness in this E-flat minor scherzo. I like the way Kullak marks the first B-flat octave. It is a pregnant beginning. The second bar I have never heard from any pianist save Rubinstein given with the proper crescendo. No one else seems to get it explosive enough within the walls of one bar. It is a true Rossinian crescendo. And in what a wild country we are landed when the F-sharp minor is crashed out. Stormy chromatic double notes, chords of the sixth, rush on with incredible fury, and the scherzo ends on the very apex of passion. A trio in G-flat is the song of songs, its swaying rhythms and phrase echoings investing a melody at once sensuous and chaste. The second part, and the return to the scherzo, are proofs of the composer's sense of balance and knowledge of the mysteries of anticipation. The closest parallelisms are noticeable, the technique so admirable that the scherzo floats in mid-air, Flaubert's ideal of a miraculous style. And then follows that deadly Marche Funèbre. Ernest Newman, in his remarkable Study of Wagner, speaks of the fundamental difference between the two orders of imagination, as exemplified by Beethoven and Chopin on the one side, Wagner on the other. This, regarding the funeral marches of the three, Newman finds Wagner's the more concrete imagination, the inward picture of Beethoven, and Chopin much vaguer and more diffused. Yet Chopin is seldom so realistic. Here are the bell-like basses, the morbid colouring. Schumann found it contained much that is repulsive, and Liszt raves rhapsodically over it. For Karasowski, it was the pain and grief of an entire nation, while Ehlert thinks it owes its renown to the wonderful effect of two triads, which in their combination possess a highly tragical element. The middle movement is not at all characteristic. Why could it not, at least, have worn second mourning? After so much black crepe drapery, one should not, at least, at once display white lingerie. This is cruel. The D-flat trio is a logical relief after the booming and glooming of the opening. That it is a rapturous gaze into the beatific regions of a beyond, as Niecks writes, I am not prepared to say. We do know, however, that the march, when isolated, has a much more profound effect than in its normal sequence. The presto is too wonderful for words. Rubinstein, or was it originally Tausig, who named it Night Wind Sweeping Over the Churchyard Graves? Its agitated, whirring, unharmonized triplets are strangely disquieting, and can never be mistaken for mere etude passage work. The movement is too sombre, its curves too full of half-suppressed meanings, its rush and subhuman growling too expressive of something that defies definition. Schumann compares it to a sphinx with a mocking smile. To Henri Barbadette, c'est Lazare grattant de ses ongles la pierre de son tombeau. Or, like Mendelssohn, one may abhor it, yet it cannot be ignored. It has Asiatic colouring, and to me seems like the wavering outlines of light-tipped hills seen sharply in silhouette, behind which rises and falls a faint infernal glow. This art paints as many differing pictures as there are imaginations for its sonorous background. Not alone the universal solvent, as Henry James thinks, it bridges the vast silent gulfs between human souls with its humming eloquence. This sonata is not dedicated. The third sonata in B minor, opus 58, has more of that undefinable organic unity. Yet, withal, it is not so powerful, so pathos-breeding, or so compact of thematic interest as its forerunner. The first page, to the chromatic chords of the sixth, promises much. There is a clear statement, a sound theme for developing purposes, the crisp march of chord progressions, and then the edifice goes up in smoke. After wreathings and curlings of passage work, and on the rim of despair, we witness the exquisite budding of the melody in D. It is an aubade, a nocturne of the morn, if the contradictory phrase be allowed. There is morning freshness in its hue and scent, and when it bursts, a parterre of roses. The close of the section is inimitable. All the more sorrow at what follows, wild disorder and the luxuriance called tropical. When B major is compassed, we sigh, for it augurs us a return of delight. The ending is not that of a sonata, but a love lyric. For Chopin is not the cool breadth and marmoreal majesty of blank verse. He sonnets to perfection, but the epical air does not fill his nostrils. Vivacious, charming, light as a harebell in the soft breeze, is the scherzo in E flat. It has a clear ring of the scherzo, and harks back to Weber in its impersonal, amiable hurry. The largo is tranquilly beautiful, rich in its reverie, lovely in its tune. The trio is reserved and hypnotic. The last movement, with its brilliancy and force, is a favourite, but it lacks weight. And the entire sonata is, as Niecks writes, affiliated but not cognate. It was published in June 1845, and is dedicated to Comtesse E. de Perthuis. So these sonatas of Chopin are not sonatas at all, but, throwing titles to the dogs, would we forego the sensations that two of them evoke? There is still another, the Sonata in G minor, opus 65, for piano and cello. It is dedicated to Chopin's friend, Auguste Franchomme, the violoncellist. Now, while I by no means share Finks's exalted impression of this work, yet I fancy the critics have dealt too harshly with it. Robbed of its title of sonata, though sedulously aping this form, it contains much pretty music, and it is grateful for the cello. There is not an abundant literature for this kingly instrument, in conjunction with the piano, so why flaunt Chopin's contribution? I will admit that he walks stiffly, encased in his borrowed garb, but there is the andante, short as it is, an effective scherzo, and a carefully made allegro and finale. Tonal monotony is the worst charge to be brought against this work. The trio, also in G minor, opus 8, is more alluring. It was published March 1833 and dedicated to Prince Anton Radziwill. Chopin, later, in speaking of it to a pupil, admitted that he saw things he would like to change. He regretted not making it for viola, instead of violin, cello and piano. It was worked over a long time, the first movement being ready in 1833. When it appeared, it won Philistine praise, for its form more nearly approximates the sonata than any of his efforts in the cyclical order, excepting opus 4. In it, the piano receives better treatment than the other instruments. There are many virtuoso passages, but again, key changes are not frequent or disparate enough to avoid a monotone. Chopin's imagination refuses to become excited when working in the open spaces of the sonata form. Like creatures that remain drab of hue in unsympathetic or dangerous environment, his music is transformed to a bewildering bouquet of colour when he breathes native air. Compare the wildly modulating Chopin of the ballades to the tame pacing Chopin of the sonatas, trio, and concertos. The trio opens with fire, the scherzo is fanciful, and the adagio charming, while the finale is cheerful to loveliness. It might figure occasionally on the programmes of our chamber music concerts, despite its youthful puerility. There remain the two concertos, which I do not intend discussing fully. Not Chopin at his very best, the E minor and F minor concertos are frequently heard because of the chances afforded the solo player. I have written elsewhere at length of the Klindworth, Tausig, and Burmeister versions of the two concertos. As time passes, I see no reason for amending my views on this troublous subject. Edgar S. Kelly holds a potent brief for the original orchestration, contending that it suits the character of the piano part. Rosenthal puts the belief into practice by playing the older version of the E minor with the first long tutti curtailed. But he is not consistent, for he uses the Tausig octaves at the close of the rondo. While I admire the Tausig orchestration, these particular octaves are hideously cacophonic. The original triplet unisons are so much more graceful and musical. The chronology of the concertos has given rise to controversy. The trouble arose from the F minor concerto, it being numbered Opus 21, although composed before the one in E minor. The former was published April 1836, the latter September 1833. The slow movement of the F minor concerto was composed by Chopin during his passion for Konstantia Gladowska. She was the ideal he mentions in his letters, the adagio of this concerto. This larghetto in A flat is a trifle too ornamental for my taste, mellifluous and serene as it is. The recitative is finely outlined. I think I like best the romanza of the E minor concerto. It is less flowery. The C sharp minor part is imperious in its beauty, while the murmuring mystery of the close mounts to the imagination. The rondo is frolicsome, tricky, genial, and genuine piano music. It is true the first movement is too long, too much in one set of keys, and the working out section too much in the nature of a technical study. The first movement of the F minor far transcends it in breadth, passion, and musical feeling, but it is short and there is no coda. Richard Burmeister has supplied the latter deficiency in a capitally made cadenza, which Paderewski plays. It is a complete summing up of the movement. The mazurka-like finale is very graceful and full of pure, sweet melody. This concerto is altogether more human than the E minor. Both derive from Hummel and Field. The passage work is superior in design to that of the earlier masters, the general character episodical, but episodes of rare worth and originality. As Ehlert says, noblesse oblige, and thus Chopin felt himself compelled to satisfy all demands exacted of a pianist, and wrote the unavoidable piano concerto. It was not consistent with his nature to express himself in broad terms. His lungs were too weak for the pace in 7-league boots, so often required in a score. The trio and cello sonata were also tasks for whose accomplishment nature did not design him. He must touch the keys by himself without being called upon to heed the players sitting next him. He is at his best when without formal restraint he can create out of his inmost soul. He must touch the keys by himself. There you have summed up in a phrase the reason Chopin never succeeded in impressing his individuality upon the sonata form and his playing upon the masses. His was the lonely soul. George Sand knew this when she wrote, "He made an instrument speak the language of the infinite." Often in 10 lines that a child might play, he has introduced poems of unequalled elevation, dramas unrivalled in force and energy. He did not need the great material methods to find expression for his genius. Neither saxophone nor ophicleide was necessary for him to fill the soul with awe. Without church organ or human voice, he inspired faith and enthusiasm. It might be remarked here that Beethoven too aroused a wondering and worshipping world without the aid of saxophone or ophicleide. But it is needless cruelty to pick at Madame Sand's criticisms. She had no technical education, and so little appreciation of Chopin's peculiar genius for the piano that she could write, "The day will come when his music will be arranged for orchestra without change of the piano score," which is disaster-breeding nonsense. We have sounded Chopin's weakness when writing for any instrument but his own, when writing in any form but his own. The E minor concerto is dedicated to Frederick Kalkbrenner, the F minor to the Comtesse Delphine Potocka. The latter dedication demonstrates that he could forget his only ideal in the presence of the charming Potocka. Ah, these vibratile and versatile Poles! Robert Schumann, it is related, shook his head wearily when his early work was mentioned. Dreary stuff, said the composer, whose critical sense did not fail him even in so personal a question. What Chopin thought of his youthful music may be discovered in his scanty correspondence. To suppose that the young Chopin sprang into the arena a fully equipped warrior is one of those nonsensical notions which gains currency among persons unfamiliar with the law of musical evolution. Chopin's musical ancestry is easily traced. As Poe had his Holly Chivers, Chopin had his Field. The germs of his second period are all there. From Opus 1 to Opus 22, virtuosity, for virtuosity's sake, is very evident. Liszt has said that in every young artist there is the virtuoso fever, and Chopin, being a pianist, did not escape the fever of the footlights. He was composing, too, at a time when piano music was well nigh strangled by excess of ornament, when acrobats were kings, when the Bach fugue and Beethoven sonata lurked neglected and dusty in the memories of the few. Little wonder, then, we find this individual youthful Pole, not timidly treading in the path of popular composition, but bravely carrying his banner, spangled, glittering, and fanciful, and outstripping at their own game all the virtuosi of Europe. His originality in this bejewelled work caused Hummel to admire and Kalkbrenner to wonder. The supple fingers of the young man from Warsaw made quick work of existing technical difficulties. He needs must invent some of his own, and when Schumann saw the pages of Opus 2, he uttered his historical cry. Today, we wonder somewhat at his enthusiasm. It is the old story. A generation seeks to know, a generation comprehends and enjoys, and a generation discards. Opus 1, a rondo in C minor, dedicated to Madame de Linde, saw the light in 1825, but it was preceded by 2 polonaises, a set of variations, and 2 mazurkas in G and B flat minor. Schumann declared that Chopin's first published work was his 10th, and that between Opus 1 and 2 there lay 2 years and 20 works. Be this as it may, one cannot help liking the C minor rondo. In the A flat section we detect traces of his F minor concerto. There is lightness, joy in creation, which contrast with the heavy, dour quality of the C minor sonata Opus 4. Loosely constructed in a formal sense, and too exuberant for his strict confines, this Opus 1 is remarkable, much more remarkable than Schumann's Abegg variations. The Rondo à la Mazur in F is a further advance. It is dedicated to Comtesse Meriolais, and was published in 1827. Schumann reviewed it in 1836. It is sprightly, Polish in feeling and rhythmic life, and a glance at any of its pages gives us the familiar Chopin impression: florid passage work, chords in extensions, and chromatic progressions. The concert rondo, Opus 14 in F, called Krakowiak, is built on a national dance in 2/4 time, which originated in Cracovia. It is, to quote Niecks, a modified polonaise, danced by the peasants with lusty abandon. Its accentual life is usually manifested on an unaccented part of the bar, especially at the end of a section or phrase. Chopin's very Slavic version is spirited, but the virtuoso predominates. There is lushness in ornamentation, and a bold merry spirit informs every page. The orchestral accompaniment is thin. Dedicated to the Princess Czartoryska, it was published June 1834. The rondo, opus 16, with an introduction, is in great favour at the conservatories, and is neat rather than poetical, although the introduction has dramatic touches. It is to this brilliant piece, with its Weberish affinities, that Richard Burmeister has supplied an orchestral accompaniment. The remaining rondo, posthumously published as opus 73, and composed in 1828, was originally intended, so Chopin writes in 1828, for one piano. It is full of fire, but the ornamentation runs mad, and no traces of the poetical Chopin are present. He is preoccupied with the brilliant surfaces of the life about him. His youthful expansiveness finds a fair field in these variations, rondos, and fantasias. Schumann's enthusiasm over the variations on La ci dadem la mano seems to us a little overdone. Chopin had not much gift for variation in the sense that we now understand variation. Beethoven, Schumann, and Brahms, one must include Mendelssohn's serious variations, are masters of a form that is by no means structurally simple, or a reversion to mere Spielerei, as Fink fancies. Chopin plays with his themes prettily, but it is all surface display, all heat lightning. He never smites, as does Brahms with his Thor hammer, the subject full in the middle, cleaving it to its core. Chopin is slightly effeminate in his variations, and they are true specimens of Spielerei. Despite the cleverness of design in the arabesques, their brilliancy and euphony. Opus 2 has its dazzling moments, but its musical worth is inferior. It is written to split the ears of the groundlings, or rather to astonish and confuse them, for the Chopin dynamics in the early music are never very rude. The indisputable superiority to Herz and the rest of the shallow-pated variationists caused Schumann's passionate admiration. It has, however, given us an interesting page of music criticism. Rellstab, grumpy old fellow, was near right when he wrote of these variations that the composer runs down the theme with roulades and throttles and hangs it with chains of shakes. The skip makes its appearance in the fourth variation, and there is no gainsaying the brilliancy and piquant spirit of the Alla Polacca. Opus 2 is orchestrally accompanied, an accompaniment that may be gladly dispensed with, and dedicated by Chopin to the friend of his youth, Titus Wojciechowski. Jevon de Scapulaire is a tune in Herold and Halévy's Ludovic. Chopin varied it in his Opus 12. This rondo in B flat is the weakest of Chopin's muse. It is Chopin and water, and Gallic au supris at that. The piece is written tastefully, is not difficult, but woefully artificial. Published in 1833, it was dedicated to Miss Emma Horsford. In May 1851 appeared the variations in E, without an opus number. They are not worth the trouble. Evidently composed before Chopin's Opus 1, and before 1830, they are musically light-waisted, although written by one who already knew the keyboard. The last, a valse, is the brightest of the set. The theme is German. The Fantaisie, Opus 13 in A, on Polish airs, preceded by an introduction in F sharp minor, is dedicated to the pianist J. P. Pixis. It was published in April 1834. It is Chopin brilliant. Its orchestral background does not count for much, but the energy, the colour, and Polish character of the piece endeared it to the composer. He played it often, and as Kleczynski asks, are these brilliant passages, these cascades of pearly notes, these bold leaps, the sadness and the despair of which we hear? Is it not rather youth exuberant with intensity and life? Is it not happiness, gaiety, love for the world and men? The melancholy notes are there to bring out, to enforce the principal ideas. For instance, in the Fantaisie Opus 13, the theme of Kopinski moves and saddens us, but the composer does not give time for this impression to become durable. He suspends it by means of a long trill, and then suddenly, by a few chords and with a brilliant prelude, leads us to a popular dance, with the peasant couples of Mazovia. Does the finale indicate, by its minor key, the gaiety of a man devoid of hope, as the Germans say? Kleczynski then tells us that a Polish proverb, a fig for misery, is the keynote of a nation that dances furiously to music in the minor key. Elevated beauty, not sepulchral gaiety, is the character of Chopin's music. This is a valuable hint. There are variations in the Fantaisie which end with a merry and vivacious Kujawiak. The F minor Fantaisie will be considered later. Neither by its magnificent content, construction, nor opus number, 49, does it fall into this chapter. The Allegro de Concert in A, opus 46, was published in November 1841 and dedicated to Mademoiselle Frédérique Müller, a pupil of Chopin. It has all the characteristics of a concerto, and is indeed a truncated one, much more so than Schumann's F minor sonata, called Concert sans orchestre. There are tutti in the Chopin work, the solo part not really beginning until the 87th bar, but it must not be supposed that these long introductory passages are ineffective for the player. The Allegro is one of Chopin's most difficult works. It abounds in risky skips, ambuscades of dangerous double notes, and the principal themes are bold and expressive. The colour note is strikingly adapted for public performance, and perhaps Schumann was correct in believing that Chopin had originally sketched this for piano and orchestra. Niecks asks if this is not the fragment of a concerto for two pianos, which Chopin, in a letter written at Vienna, December the 21st, 1830, said he would play in public with his friend Nideski if he succeeded in writing it to his satisfaction. And is there any significance in the fact that Chopin, when sending this manuscript to Fontana, probably in the summer of 1841, calls it a concerto? While it adds little to Chopin's reputation, it has the potentialities of a powerful and more manly composition than either of the two concertos. Jean-Louis Nicode has given it an orchestral garb, besides arranging it for two pianos. He has added a developing section of 70 bars. This version was first played in New York a decade ago by Marie Geselschap, a Dutch pianist, under the direction of the late Anton Seidl. The original, it must be acknowledged, is preferable. The Bolero, opus 19, has a Polonaise flavour. There is but little Spanish in its ingredients. It is merely a memorandum of Chopin's early essays in dance forms. It was published in 1834, 4 years before Chopin's visit to Spain. Niecks thinks it an early work. That it can be made effective was proven by Emil Sauer. It is for fleet-fingered pianists, and the principal theme has the rhythmical ring of the Polonaise, although the most Iberian in character. It is dedicated to Comtesse E. de Flahault. In the key of A minor, its coda ends in A major. Willoughby says it is in C major. The Tarantella is in A flat and is numbered opus 43. It was published in 1841 and bears no dedication. Composed at Nohant, it is as little Italian as the Bolero is Spanish. Chopin's visit to Italy was of too short a duration to affect him, at least in the style of dance. It is without the necessary Ophidian tang, and far inferior to Heller and Liszt's efforts in the constricted form. One finds little of the frenzy ascribed to it by Schumann in his review. It breathes of the north, not the south, and ranks far below the A-flat impromptu in geniality and grace. The C minor funeral march, composed according to Fontana in 1829, sounds like Mendelssohn. The trio has the processional quality of a Parisian funeral cortege. It is modest and in no ways remarkable. The three Écossaises, published as Opus 73 No. 3, are little dances, schottisches, nothing more. No. 2 in G is highly popular in girls' boarding schools. The Grand Duo Concertant for cello and piano is jointly composed by Chopin and Franchomme on themes from Robert le Diable. It begins in E and ends in A major, and is without opus number. Schumann thinks Chopin sketched the whole of it, and that Franchomme said yes to everything. It is for the Salon of 1833, when it was published. It is empty, tiresome, and only slightly superior to compositions of the same sort by de Beriot and Osborne. Full of rapid elegancies and shallow passage work, this duo is certainly a pièce d'occasion, the occasion probably being the need of ready money. The 17 Polish songs were composed between 1824 and 1844. In The Psychology of the Laid, Chopin was not happy. Karasowski writes that many of the songs were lost, and some of them are still sung in Poland, their origin being hazy. The 3rd of May is cited as one of these. Chopin had a habit of playing songs for his friends, but neglected putting some of them on paper. The collected songs are under the opus head 74. The words are by his friends Stephen Witwicki, Adam Mickiewicz, Bogdan Zaleski, and Sigismund Krasinski. The first, in the key of A, the familiar Maiden's Wish, has been brilliantly paraphrased by Liszt. This pretty mazurka is charmingly sung and played by Marcella Sembrich in the singing lesson of the Barber of Seville. There are several mazurkas in the list. Most of these songs are mediocre. Poland's dirge is an exception, and so is Horseman Before the Battle. Was ein junges Mädchen liebt has a short introduction in which the reminiscence hunter may find a true bit of Meistersinger colour. Simple in structure and sentiment, the Chopin Lieder seem almost rudimentary compared to essays in this form by Schubert, Schumann, Franz, Brahms, and Tchaikovsky. A word of recommendation may not be amiss here regarding the technical study of Chopin. Klaczynski, in his 2 books, gives many valuable hints, and Isidore Philipp has published a set of exercices quotidiennes made up of specimens in double notes, octaves, and passages taken from the works. Here, skeletonized, are the special technical problems. In these daily studies, and his edition of the Etudes, are numerous examples dealt with practically. For a study of Chopin's ornaments, Mertke has discussed at length the various editorial procedure in the matter of attacking the trill in single and double notes. Also, the easiest method of executing the flying scud and vapours of the fioriture. This may be found in number 179 of the Edition Steingraber. Philipp's collection is published in Paris by J. Hamel, and is prefixed by some interesting remarks of George Matthias. Chopin's portrait in 1833, after Vigneron, is included. One composition more is to be considered. In 1837, Chopin contributed the 6th variation of the march from I Puritani. These variations were published under the title Hexameron, Morceau de concert, Grande variation de bravoure sur la marche de Puritan de Bellini, composées pour le concert de Madame la Princesse Belgiojoso, au bénéfice de pauvres, par Liszt, Thalberg, Pixis, H.R., Czerny, et Chopin. Liszt wrote an orchestral accompaniment, never published. His pupil, Maurice Rosenthal, is the only modern virtuoso who plays the Hexameron in his concerts, and play it he does with overwhelming splendour. Chopin's contribution in E major is in his sentimental salon mood. Musically, it is the most impressive of this extraordinary mastodonic survival of the pianistic past. The newly published fugue, or fugato, in A minor, in 2 voices, is from a manuscript in the possession of Natalie Janotha, who probably got it from the late Princess Czartoryska, a pupil of the composer. The composition is ineffective, and in spots ugly, particularly in the stretta, and is no doubt an exercise during the working years with Elsner. The fact that in the coda the very suspicious octave pedal point and trills may be omitted, so the editorial note runs, leads one to suspect that out of a fragment Janotha has evolved, Cuvier-like, an entire composition. Chopin as fugue maker does not appear in a brilliant light. Is the Polish composer to become a musical Hugh Conway? Why all these disjecta membra of a sketchbook? In these youthful works may be found the beginnings of the greater Chopin, but not his vast subjugation of the purely technical to the poetic and spiritual. That came later. To the devout Chopinist, the first compositions are so many proofs of the joyful, victorious spirit of the man, whose spleen and pessimism have been wrongly compared to Leopardi's and Baudelaire's. Chopin was gay, fairly healthy, and bubbling over with a pretty malice. His first period shows this. It also shows how thorough and painful the processes by which he evolved his final style. End of chapter 11. Recording by Daniel Fraser.
Chapter 12 of Chopin, The Man and His Music. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Klipp. Chopin, The Man and His Music, by James Huneker. Chapter 12. The Polonaises, Heroic Hymns of Battle. How is one to reconcile the want of manliness moral and intellectual, which Hadow asserts is the one great limitation of Chopin's province, with the power, splendor, and courage of the Polonaises? Here are the canon buried in flowers of Robert Schumann, here overwhelming evidences of versatility, virility, and passion. Chopin blinded his critics and admirers alike. A delicate, puny fellow, he could play the piano on occasion like a devil incarnate. He, too, had his demon, as well as Liszt, and only, as Ehlert puts it, theatrical fear of this spirit driving him over the cliffs of reason made him curb its antics. After all the couleur de rosé portraits and lollipop miniatures made of him by pensive, poetical persons, it is not possible to conceive Chopin as being irascible and almost brutal. Yet he was at times even this. Beethoven was scarce more vehement and irritable, writes Ehlert. And we remember the stories of friends and pupils who have seen this slender, refined Pole wrestling with his wrath as one under the obsession of a fiend. It is no desire to exaggerate this side of his nature that impels this plain writing. Chopin left compositions that bear witness to his masculine side. Diminutive in person, bad temper became him ill. Besides, his whole education and tastes were opposed to scenes of violence. So this energy, spleen, and raging at fortune found escape in some of his music, became psychical in its manifestations. But, you may say, this is feminine hysteria, the impotent cries of an unmanly, weak nature. Read the E-flat minor, the C minor, the A major, the F-sharp minor, and the 2 A-flat major polonaises. Ballads, scherzi, studies, preludes, and the great F minor fantasie are purposely omitted from this awing scheme. Chopin was weak in physique, but he had the soul of a lion. Allied to the most exquisite poetic sensibilities, one is reminded here of Balzac's Ce beau génie aimant un musicien qu'on dit qui se rend sensible. There was another nature, fiery, implacable. He loved Poland, he hated her oppressors. There is no doubt he idealized his country and her wrongs, until the theme grew out of all proportion. Politically, the Poles and Celts rub shoulders. Niecks points out that if Chopin was a flattering idealist as a national poet, as a personal poet he was an uncompromising realist. So in the Polonaises we find two distinct groups. In one, the objective, martial side predominates. In the other is Chopin, the moody, mournful, and morose. But in all the Polish element pervades. Barring the mazurkas, these dances are the most Polish of his works. Appreciation of Chopin's wide diversity of temperament would have spared the world the false, silly, distorted portraits of him. He had the warrior in him, even if his mailed fist was seldom used. There are moments when he discards the gloves and soft phrases and deals blows that reverberate with formidable clangor. By all means, read Liszt's gorgeous description of the Polonaise. Originating during the last half of the 16th century, it was at first a measured procession of nobles and their womankind to the sound of music. In the court of Henry of Anjou in 1574, after his election to the Polish throne, the Polonaise was born, and throve in the hardy, warlike atmosphere. It became a dance political, and had words set to it. Thus came the Kosciuszko, the Ogiński, the Moniuszko, the Kurpinski, and a long list written by composers with names ending in "ski." It is really a march, a processional dance, grave, moderate, flowing, and by no means stereotyped. Liszt tells of the capricious life infused into its courtly measures by the Polish aristocracy. It is at once the symbol of war and love, a vivid pageant of martial splendor, a weaving, cadence, voluptuous dance, the pursuit of shy, coquettish women by the fierce warrior. The Polonaise is in 3/4 time, with the accent on the second beat of the bar. In simple binary form, ternary if a trio is added, this dance has feminine endings to all the principal cadences. The rhythmical cast of the bass is seldom changed. Despite its essentially masculine mold, it is given a feminine title. Formerly, it was called Polonaise. Liszt wrote of it. In this form the noblest traditional feelings of ancient Poland are represented. The Polonaise is the true and purest type of Polish national character, as in the course of centuries it was developed, partly through the political position of the kingdom toward East and West, partly through an undefinable, peculiar inborn disposition of the entire race. In the development of the Polonaise everything cooperated which specifically distinguished the nation from others. In the Poles of departed times manly resolution was united with glowing devotion to the object of their love. Their knightly heroism was sanctioned by high-soaring dignity, and even the laws of gallantry and the national costume exerted an influence over the turns of this dance. The Polonaises are the keystone in the development of this form. They belong to the most beautiful of Chopin inspirations. With their energetic rhythm they electrify, to the point of excited demonstration, even the sleepiest indifferentism. Chopin was born too late, and left his native hearth too early, to be initiated into the original character of the Polonaise as danced through his own observation, but what others imparted to him in regard to it was supplemented by his fancy and his nationality. Chopin wrote 15 Polonaises, the authenticity of one in G-flat major being doubted by Niecks. This list includes the Polonaise for violoncello and piano, opus 3, and the Polonaise opus 22 for piano and orchestra. This latter Polonaise is preceded by an andante spianato in G in 6/8 time and unaccompanied. It is a charming, liquid-toned, nocturne-like composition, Chopin in his most suave, his most placid mood. A barcarolle, scarcely a ripple of emotion, disturbs the mirrored calm of this lake. After 16 bars of a crudely harmonized tutti comes the Polonaise in the widely remote key of E flat. It is brilliant, every note telling, the figuration rich and novel, the movement spirited and flowing. Perhaps it is too long and lacks relief. The theme on each re-entrance is varied ornamentally. The second theme, in C minor, has a Polish and poetic ring, while the coda is effective. This opus is vivacious, but not characterized by great depth. Crystalline, gracious, and refined, the piece is stamped Paris, the elegant Paris of 1830. Composed in that year and published in July 1836, it is dedicated to the Baronne d'Este. Chopin introduced it at the Conservatoire concert for the benefit of Habeneck, April 26, 1835. This, according to Niecks, was the only time he played the Polonaise with orchestral accompaniment. It was practically a novelty to New York when Raphael Josephi played it here superlatively well in 1879. The orchestral part seems wholly superfluous, for the scoring is not particularly effective, and there is a rumor that Chopin cannot be held responsible for it. Xaver Scharwenka made a new instrumentation that is discreet and extremely well-sounding. With excellent tact, he has managed to add accompaniment to the introduction, giving some thematic work of the slightest texture to the strings, and in the pretty coda to the woodwind. A delicately managed allusion is made by the horns to the second theme of the Nocturne in G. There are even 5 faint taps of the triangle, and the idyllic atmosphere is never disturbed. Scharwenka first played this arrangement at the Seri Memorial Concert in Chickering Hall, New York, April 1898, yet I cannot truthfully say the Polonaise sounds so characteristic as when played solo. The C-sharp minor Polonaise, opus 26, has had the misfortune of being sentimentalized to death. What can be more appassionata than the opening with its grand rhythmical swing? It is usually played by timid persons in a sugar-sweet fashion, although FFF stares them in the face. The first 3 lines are hugely heroic, but the indignation soon melts away, leaving an apathetic humor. After the theme returns and is repeated, we get a genuine love motif, tender enough in all faith wherewith to woo a princess. On this the Polonaise closes, an odd ending for such a fiery opening. In no such mood does number 2 begin. In E-flat minor it is variously known as the Siberian, the Revolt Polonaise. It breathes defiance and rancor from the start. What suppressed and threatening rumblings are there? Volcanic mutterings these. Musical score excerpt. It is a sinister page, and all the more so because of the injunction to open with pianissimo. One wishes that the shrill, high G-flat had been written in full chords, as the theme suffers from a want of massiveness. Then follows a subsidiary, but the principal subject returns relentlessly. The episode in B major gives pause for breathing. It has a hint of Meyerbeer. But again, with smothered explosions, the Polonaise proper appears, and all ends in gloom and the impotent clanking of chains. It is an awe-provoking work, this terrible Polonaise in E-flat minor, opus 26. It was published July 1836, and is dedicated to M. J. Dasseur. Not so the celebrated A major Polonaise, opus 40, Le Militaire. To Rubinstein this seemed a picture of Poland's greatness, as its companion, in C minor, is of Poland's downfall. Although Karasowski and Klechinsky give to the A-flat major Polonaise the honor of suggesting a well-known story, it is really the A major that provoked it, so the Polish portrait painter Kwiatowski informs Niecks. The story runs that after composing it, Chopin, in the dreary watches of the night, was surprised, terrified is a better word, by the opening of his door and the entrance of a long train of Polish nobles and ladies, richly robed, who moved slowly by him. Troubled by the ghosts of the past he had raised, the composer, hollow-eyed, fled the apartment. All this must have been at Majorca, for opus 40 was composed and finished there. Ailing, weak, and unhappy as he was, Chopin had grit enough to file and polish this brilliant and striking composition into its present shape. It is the best known, and, though the most muscular of his compositions, it is the most played. It is dedicated to J. Fontana, and was published November 1840. This Polonaise has the festive glitter of Weber. The C minor Polonaise of the same set is a noble, troubling composition, large in accents and deeply felt. Can anything be more impressive than this opening? Musical score excerpts. It is indeed Poland's downfall. The trio in A-flat, with its kaleidoscopic modulations, produces an impression of vague unrest and suppressed sorrow. There is a loftiness of spirit and daring in it. What can one say new of the tremendous F-sharp minor Polonaise? Willoughby calls it noisy, and Stanisław Przybyszewski, whom Vance Thompson christened a prestigious noctambulist, has literally stormed over it. It is barbaric. It is perhaps pathologic, and of it Liszt has said the most eloquent things. It is for him a dream poem, the lurid hour that precedes a hurricane, with a convulsive shudder at its close. The opening is very impressive, the nerve pulp being harassed by the gradually swelling prelude. There is defiant power in the first theme, and the constant reference to it betrays the composer's exasperated mental condition. This tendency to return upon himself, a tormenting introspection, certainly signifies a grave state. But consider the musical weight of the work, the recklessly bold outpourings of a mind almost distraught. There is no greater test for the poet-pianist than the F-sharp minor Polonaise. It is profoundly ironical. What else means the introduction of that lovely mazurka, a flower between two abysses? This strange dance is ushered in by two of the most enigmatic pages of Chopin. The A major intermezzo, with its booming cannons and reverberating overtones, is not easily defensible on the score of form, yet it unmistakably fits in the picture. The mazurka is full of interrogation and emotional nuanceren. The return of the tempest is not long delayed. It bursts, wanes, and with the coda comes sad yearning. Then the savage drama passes tremblingly into the night after fluid and wavering affirmations, a roar in F sharp, and finally a silence that marks the cessation of an agitating nightmare. No sabre dance this, but a confession from the dark depths of a self-tortured soul. Opus 44 was published November 1841, and is dedicated to Princesse de Beauvau. There are few editorial differences. In the 18th bar from the beginning, Kullak, in the second beat, fills out an octave. Not so in Klindworth, nor in the original. At the 20th bar, Klindworth differs from the original as follows. The Chopin text is the upper one. Musical score excerpts. The A-flat Polonaise, Opus 53, was published December 1843, and is said by Karasowski to have been composed in 1840, after Chopin's return to Majorca. It is dedicated to A. Leo. This is the one Karasowski calls the story of Chopin's vision of the antique dead in an isolated tower of Madame Sand's chateau in Nohant. We have seen this legend disproved by one who knows. This Polonaise is not as feverish and as exalted as the previous one. It is, as Kleczynski writes, the type of a war song. Named the Heroique, one hears it in Ehlhardt's ring of Damascene blade and silver spur. There is imaginative splendor in this thrilling work, with its thunder of horses' hooves and fierce challenges. What fire, what sword thrust and smoke and clash of mortal conflict! Here is no psychical presentation, but an objective picture of battle, of concrete contours, and with a cleaving brilliancy that excites the blood to boiling pitch. That Chopin ever played it as intended is incredible. None but the heroes of the keyboard may grasp its dense chordal masses, its fiery projectiles of tone. But there is something disturbing, even ghostly, in the strange intermezzo that separates the trio from the Polonaise. Both mist and starlight are in it. Yet the work is played too fast, and has been nicknamed the Drum Polonaise, losing in majesty and force because of the vanity of virtuosi. The octaves in E major are spun out as if speed were the sole idea of this episode. Follow Kleczynski's advice and do not sacrifice the Polonaise to the octaves. Karl Tausig, so Joseffy and de Lenz assert, played this Polonaise in an unapproachable manner. Powerful battle tableau as it is, it may still be presented so as not to shock one's sense of the euphonious, of the limitations of the instrument. This work becomes vapid and unheroic when transferred to the orchestra. The Polonaise Fantaisie in A-flat, Opus 61, given to the world September 1846, is dedicated to Madame A. Verret. One of three great Polonaises, it is just beginning to be understood, having been derided as amorphous, febrile, of little musical moment, even Liszt declaring that such pictures possesses but little real value to art. deplorable visions which the artist should admit with extreme circumspection within the graceful circle of his charmed realm. This was written in the old-fashioned days when art was aristocratic and excluded the baser and more painful emotions. For a generation accustomed to the realism of Richard Strauss, the fantasy polonaise seems vaporous and idealistic, with all new. It recalls one of those enchanted flasks of the Magi, from which an opening smoke exhales that gradually shapes itself into fantastic and fearsome figures. This polonaise at no time exhibits the solidity of its two predecessors. Its plasticity defies the imprint of the conventional polonaise, though we ever feel its rhythms. It may be full of monologues, interspersed cadenzas, improvised preludes, and short phrases, as Kullak suggests, yet there is unity in the composition, the units of structure and style. It was music of the future when Chopin composed. It is now music of the present, as much as Richard Wagner's. But the realism is a trifle clouded. Here is a duality of Chopin, the suffering man, and Chopin, the prophet of Poland. Undimmed is his poetic vision. Poland will be free. Undaunted his soul, though oppressed by a suffering body. There are in the work throes of agony blended with the trumpet notes of triumph. And what puzzled our fathers, the shifting lights and shadows, the restless tonalities, are welcome, for at the beginning of this new century the chromatic is king. The ending of this polonaise is triumphant, recalling in key and climaxing the A-flat ballad. Chopin is still the captain of his soul, and Poland will be free. Are Celt and Slav doomed to follow ever the phosphorescent lights of patriotism? Liszt acknowledges the beauty and grandeur of this last polonaise, which unites the characteristics of superb and original manipulation in the form, the martial, and the melancholic. Opus 71, 3 posthumous polonaises given to the world by Julius Fontana, are in D minor, published in 1827, B-flat minor 1828, and F minor 1829. They are interesting to Chopinists. The influence of Weber, the past master of this form, is felt. Of the three, the last in F minor is the strongest, although if Chopin's age is taken into consideration, the first, in D minor, is a feat for a lad of 18. I agree with Niecks that the posthumous polonaise, without opus number, in G sharp minor, was composed later than 1822, the date given in the Breitkopf and Hartel edition. It is an artistic conception, and in light-winged figuration far more mature than the Chopin of Opus 71. Really a graceful and effective little composition of the florid order, but like his early music, without poetic depth. The Warsaw Echo Musicale, to commemorate the 50th anniversary of Chopin's death, published a special number in October 1899 with a picture of a farmer named Krysiak, born in 1810, the year after the composer. Thereat Fink remarked that it is not a case of survival of the fittest. A facsimile reproduction of a hitherto unpublished polonaise in A-flat, written at the age of 11, is also included in this unique number. This tiny dance shows, it is said, the characteristic physiognomy of the composer. In reality, this Polak is thin, a tentative groping after a form that later was mastered so magnificently by the composer. Here is the way it begins. The autograph is Chopin's. Musical score excerpt. The Alla Polacca for piano and cello, Opus 3, was composed in 1829 while Chopin was on a visit to Prince Radziwiłł. It is preceded by an introduction and is dedicated to Joseph Merk, the cellist. Chopin himself pronounced it a brilliant salon piece. It is now not even that, for it sounds antiquated and threadbare. The passage work at times smacks of Chopin and Weber, a hint of the mouvement perpetuel, and the cello has the better of the bargain, evidently written for my lady's chamber. Two polonaises remain. One in B-flat minor was composed in 1826, on the occasion of the composer's departure for Reims. A footnote to the edition of this rather elegiac piece tells this: Adieu to Guillaume Kohlberg is the title, and the trio in D-flat is accredited to an air of Gaza Ladra, with a sentimental au revoir inscribed. Kleczynski has revived the Gebthner and Wolf edition. The little cadenza in chromatic double notes on the last page is of a certainty Chopin, but the Polonaise in G flat major published by Schott is doubtful. It has a shallow ring, a brilliant superficiality that warrants Niecks in stamping it to a possible compilation. There are traces of the master throughout, particularly in the E flat minor trio, but there are some vile progressions and an air of vulgarity surely not Chopin's. This dance form, since the death of the great composer, has been chiefly developed on the virtuoso side. Beethoven, Schubert, Weber, and even Bach, in his B minor suite for strings and flute, also indulged in this form. Wagner, as a student, wrote a polonaise for 4 hands, in D, and in Schumann's Papillons there is a charming specimen. Rubinstein composed a most brilliant and dramatic example in E flat in La Bal. The Liszt polonaises, all said and done, are the most remarkable in design and execution since Chopin, but they are more Hungarian than Polish. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Chopin, the Man and His Music. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.J. Frank. Chopin, the Man and His Music by James Huneker. Chapter 13. Mazurkas, Dances of the Soul. Part 1. Quote, coquetries, vanities, fantasies, inclinations, elegies, vague emotions, passions, conquests, struggles upon which the safety or favors of others depend, all meet in this dance. Unquote. Thus Liszt. De Lenz further quotes him: of the mazurkas one must harness a new pianist of the first rank to each of them. Yet Liszt told Niecks he did not care much for Chopin's mazurkas. One often meets in them with bars which might just as well be in another place, but as Chopin puts them, perhaps nobody could put them. Liszt, despite the rhapsodical praise of his friend, is not always to be relied upon. Capricious as Chopin, he had days when he disliked not only the mazurkas but all his music. He confessed to Niecks that when he played a half hour for amusement, it was Chopin he took up. There is no more brilliant chapter than this Hungarian's on the dancing of the mazurka by the Poles. It is a companion to his equally sensational description of the polonaise. He gives a wild, whirling, highly colored narrative of the mazurka, with a coda of extravagant praise of the beauty and fascination of Polish women. Angel through love, demon through fantasy, as Balzac called her. In none of the piano rhapsodies are there such striking passages to be met as in Liszt's overwrought, cadenced prose modeled after Chateaubriand. Nie ma jak Polki. Nothing equals the Polish women and their divine coquetries. The mazurka is their dance. It is the feminine complement to the heroic and masculine polonaise. An English writer describes the dancing of the mazurka in contemporary Russia. In the salons of St. Petersburg, for instance, the guests actually dance. They do not merely shamble to and fro in a crowd, crumpling their clothes and ruffling their tempers, and call it a set of quadrilles. They have ample space for the sweeping movements and complicated figures of all the orthodox ball dances, and are generally gifted with sufficient plastic grace to carry them out in style. They carefully cultivate dances calling for a kind of grace which is almost beyond the reach of art. The mazurka is one of the finest of these, and it is quite a favorite at balls on the banks of the Neva. It needs a good deal of room, one or more spurred officers, and grace, grace, and grace. The dash with which the partners rush forward, the clinking and clattering of spurs as heel clashes with heel in mid air, punctuating the staccato of the music, the loud thud of boots striking the ground, followed by their sibilant slide along the polished floor, then the swift springs and sudden bounds, the whirling gyrations and dizzy evolutions, the graceful genuflections and quick embraces, and all the other intricate and maddening movements to the accompaniment of one of Glinka's or Tschaikowsky's masterpieces, awaken and mobilize all the antique heroism, medieval chivalry, and wild romance that lie dormant in the depths of men's being. There is more genuine pleasure in being the spectator of a soul-thrilling dance like that than in taking an active part in the lifeless make-believes performed at society balls in many of the more western countries of Europe. Absolutely Slavonic, though a local dance of the province of Masovia, the Mazurek, or mazurka, is written in 3/4 time, with the usual displaced accent in music of Eastern origin. Brodzinski is quoted as saying that in its primitive form the Mazurek is only a kind of Krakowiak, less lively, less sautillant. At its best it is a dancing anecdote, a story told in a charming variety of steps and gestures. It is intoxicating, rude, humorous, poetic, above all melancholy. When he is happiest, he sings his saddest, does the Pole. Hence his predilection for minor modes. The mazurka is in 3/4 or 3/8 time. Sometimes the accent is dotted, but this is by no means absolute. Here is the rhythm most frequently encountered, although Chopin employs variants and modifications. The first part of the bar has usually the quicker notes. The scale is a mixture of major and minor. Melodies are encountered that grew out of a scale shorn of a degree. Occasionally the augmented second, the Hungarian, is encountered, and skips of a third are frequent occurrence. This, with progressions of augmented fourths and major sevenths, gives to the mazurkas of Chopin an exotic character apart from their novel and original content. As was the case with the Polonaise, Chopin took the framework of the national dance, developed it, enlarged it, and hung upon it his choicest melodies, his most piquant harmonies. He breaks and varies the conventionalized rhythm in a half-hundred ways, lifting to the plane of a poem the heavy-hoofed peasant dance. But in this idealization he never robs it altogether of the flavor of the soil. It is, in all its wayward disguises, the Polish mazurka, and is with the Polonaise, according to Rubinstein, the only Polish reflective music he has made, although in all of his compositions we hear him relate rejoicingly of Poland's vanished greatness, singing, mourning, weeping over Poland's downfall, and all that, in the most beautiful, the most musical way. Besides the hard, inartistic modulations, the startling progressions and abrupt changes of mood that jarred on the old-fashioned Moscheles, and dipped in vitriol the pen of Rellstab, there is in the mazurkas the greatest stumbling block of all, the much exploited rubato. Berlioz swore that Chopin could not play in time, which was not true, and later we shall see that Meyerbeer thought the same. What to the sensitive critic is a charming wavering and swaying in the measure, Chopin leans about freely within his bars, wrote an English critic, for the classicists was a rank departure from the time beat. According to Liszt's description of the rubato, a wind plays in the leaves. Life unfolds and develops beneath them, but the tree remains the same. That is the Chopin rubato. Elsewhere, a tempo agitated, broken, interrupted, a movement flexible, yet at the same time abrupt and languishing, and vacillating as the fluctuating breath by which it is agitated. Chopin was more commonplace in his definition. Supposing, he explained, that a piece lasts a given number of minutes, it may take just so long to perform the whole, but in detail deviations may differ. The tempo rubato is probably as old as music itself. It is in Bach, it was practiced by the old Italian singers. Mikuli says that no matter how free Chopin was in his treatment of the right hand in melody or arabesque, the left kept strict time. Mozart, and not Chopin, it was who first said, "Let your left hand be your conductor and always keep time." Halle, the pianist, once asserted that he proved Chopin to be playing 4/4 instead of 3/4 measure in a mazurka. Chopin laughingly admitted that it was a national trait. Halle was bewildered when he first heard Chopin play, for he did not believe such music could be represented by musical signs. Still, he holds that this style has been woefully exaggerated by pupils and imitators. If a Beethoven symphony or a Bach fugue be played with metronomical rigidity, it loses its quintessential flavor. Is it not time the ridiculous falsehoods about the Chopin rubato be exposed? Naturally abhorring anything that would do violence to the structural part of his compositions, Chopin was a very martinet with his pupils if too much license of tempo was taken. His music needs the greatest lucidity in presentation, and naturally a certain elasticity of phrasing. Rhythms need not be distorted, nor need there be absurd and vulgar haltings, silly and explosive dynamics. Chopin sentimentalized is Chopin butchered. He loathed false sentiment, and a man whose taste was formed by Bach and Mozart, who was nurtured by the music of these two giants, could never have indulged in exaggerated, jerky tempi, in meaningless expression. Come, let us be done with this fetish of stolen time, of the wonderful and so seldom comprehended rubato. If you wish to play Chopin, play him in curves. Let there be no angularities of surface, of measure, but in the name of the beautiful do not deliver his exquisitely balanced phrases with the jolting, balky eloquence of a café chantant singer. The very balance and symmetry of the Chopin phraseology are internal. It must be delivered in a flowing, waving manner, never square or hard, yet with every accent showing like the supple muscles of an athlete beneath his skin. Without the skeleton, a musical composition is flaccid, shapeless, weak, and without character. Chopin's music needs a rhythmic sense that to us, fed upon the few simple forms of the West, seems almost abnormal. The Chopin rubato is rhythm liberated from its scholastic bonds. But it does not mean anarchy, disorder. What makes this popular misconception all the more singular is the freedom with which the classics are now being interpreted. A Beethoven and even a Mozart symphony no longer means a rigorous execution, in which the measure is ruthlessly hammered out by the conductor, but the melodic and emotional curve is followed, and the tempo fluctuates. Why then is Chopin singled out as the evil and solitary representative of a vicious time beat? Play him as you play Mendelssohn, and your Chopin has evaporated. Again, play him lawlessly, with his accentual life topsy-turvied, and he is no longer Chopin, his caricature only. Pianists of Slavic descent alone understand the secret of the tempo rubato. I have read in a recently started German periodical that to make the performance of Chopin's works pleasing, it is sufficient to play them with less precision of rhythm than the music of other composers. I, on the contrary, do not know a single phrase of Chopin's works, including even the freest among them, in which the balloon of inspiration, as it moves through the air, is not checked by an anchor of rhythm and symmetry. Such passages as occur in the F minor Ballade, the B flat minor Scherzo (the middle part), the F minor Prelude, and even the A flat Impromptu, are not devoid of rhythm. The most crooked recitative of the F minor Concerto, as can be easily proved, has a fundamental rhythm not at all fantastic, and which cannot be dispensed with when playing with orchestra. Chopin never overdoes fantasy, and is always restrained by a pronounced aesthetical instinct. Everywhere the simplicity of his poetical inspiration and his sobriety saves us from extravagance and false pathos. Kleczynski has this in his second volume, for he enjoyed the invaluable prompting of Chopin's pupil, the late Princess Marceline Czartoryska. Niecks quotes Madame Frédérique Stretcher, née Müller, a pupil, who wrote of her master: "He required adherence to the strictest rhythm, hated all lingering and lagging, misplaced rubatos, as well as exaggerated ritardandos. 'Je vous prie de vous asseoir,' he said on such an occasion, with gentle mockery. And it is just in this respect that people make such terrible mistakes in the execution of his works." And now to the mazurkas, which de Lenz said were Heinrich Heine's songs on the piano. Chopin was a phoenix of intimacy with the piano. In his nocturnes and mazurkas he is unrivaled, downright fabulous. No compositions are so Chopin-ish as the mazurkas. Ironical, sad, sweet, joyous, morbid, sour, sane and dreamy, they illustrate what was said of their composer: "His heart is sad, his mind is gay." That subtle quality for an Occidental, enigmatic, which the Poles call Zal, is in some of them. In others the fun is almost rough and roaring. Zal, a poisonous word, is a baleful compound of pain, sadness, secret rancor, revolt. It is a Polish quality, and is in the Celtic peoples. Oppressed nations with a tendency to mad lyricism develop this mental secretion of the spleen. Liszt writes that the Zal colors with a reflection now argent, now ardent, the whole of Chopin's works. This sorrow is the very soil of Chopin's nature. He so confessed when questioned by Comtesse d'Agoult. Liszt further explains that the strange word includes in its meanings, for it seems packed with them, all the tenderness, all the humility of a regret born with resignation and without a murmur. It also signifies excitement, agitation, rancor, revolt full of reproach, premeditated vengeance, menace never ceasing to threaten if retaliation should ever become possible, feeding itself meanwhile with a bitter if sterile hatred. Sterile indeed must be such a consuming passion. Even where his patriotism became a lyric cry, this Zal tainted the source of Chopin's joy. It made him irascible, and with his powers of repression, this smoldering, smothered rage must have well nigh suffocated him, and in the end proved harmful alike to his person and to his art. As in certain phases of disease, it heightened the beauty of his later work, unhealthy, feverish, yet beauty without doubt. The pearl is said to be a morbid secretion, so the spiritual ferment called Zal gave to Chopin's music its morbid beauty. It is in the B minor Scherzo, but not in the A flat Ballade. The F minor Ballade overflows with it, and so does the F sharp minor Polonaise, but not the first impromptu. Its dark introspection colors many of the preludes and mazurkas, and in the C sharp minor scherzo it is an acrid flowering, truly fleur du mal. Heine and Baudelaire, two poets far removed from the Slavic, show traces of the terrible drowsy Zal in their poetry. It is the collective sorrow and tribal wrath of a downtrodden nation, and the mazurkas for that reason have ethnic value. As concise, even as curt as the preludes, they are for the most part highly polished. They are dancing preludes, and often tiny single poems of great poetic intensity and passionate plaint. Chopin published during his lifetime 41 mazurkas in 11 cahiers of 3, 4 and 5 numbers. Opus 6, 4 mazurkas, and Opus 7, 5 mazurkas, were published December 1832. Opus 6 is dedicated to Comtesse Pauline Plater. Opus 7 to Mr. Johns. Opus 17, 4 mazurkas, May 4th, dedicated to Madame Lina Freppa. Opus 24, 4 mazurkas, November 1835, dedicated to Comte de Pertuis. Opus 30, 4 mazurkas, December 1837, dedicated to Princess Czartoryska. Opus 33, 4 mazurkas, October 1838, dedicated to Countess Mostawska. Opus 41, 4 mazurkas, December 1840, dedicated to E. Witwicki. Opus 50, 3 mazurkas, November 1841, dedicated to Leon Smitsovsky. Opus 56, 3 mazurkas, August 1844, dedicated to Mlle. C. Maberly. Opus 59, 3 mazurkas, April 1846, no dedication, and Opus 63, 3 mazurkas, September 1847, dedicated to Comtesse Sosnowska. Besides, there are Opus 67 and 68 published by Fontana after Chopin's death, consisting of 8 mazurkas, and there are a miscellaneous number, 2 in A minor, both in the Kullak, Klindworth, and Mikuli editions, 1 in F sharp major, said to be written by Charles Mayer in Klindworth's, and 4 others in G, B flat, D, and C major. This makes in all 56 to be grouped and analyzed. Niecks thinks there is a well-defined difference between the mazurkas as far as Opus 41 and those that follow. In the latter he misses savage beauties and spontaneity. As Chopin gripped the form as he felt more, suffered more, and knew more, his mazurkas grew broader, revealed more Weltschmerz, became elaborate and at times impersonal, but seldom lost the racial snap and hue. They are sonnets in their well-rounded mécanisme, and, as Schumann says, something new is to be found in each. Toward the last, a few are blithe and jocund, but they are the exceptions. In the larger ones the universal quality is felt, but to the detriment of the intimate Polish characteristics. These mazurkas are just what they are called, only some dance with the heart, others with the heels. Comprising a large and original portion of Chopin's compositions, they are the least known. Perhaps when they wander from the map of Poland, they lose some of their native fragrance. Like hardy, simple wild flowers, they are mostly for the open air, the only out-of-doors music Chopin ever made. But even in the open, under the moon, the note of self-torture, of sophisticated sadness, is not absent. Do not accuse Chopin, for this is the sign manual of his race. The Pole suffers in song the joy of his sorrow. Part II. The F sharp minor Mazurka of opus 6 begins with the characteristic triplet that plays such a role in the dance. Here we find a Chopin fuller fledged than in the nocturnes and variations, and probably because of the form. This Mazurka, first in publication, is melodious, slightly mournful, but of a delightful freshness. The third section, with the appoggiaturas, realizes a vivid vision of country couples dancing determinedly. Who plays number 2 of this set? It, too, has the native wood note wild, with its dominant pedal bass, its slight twang, and its sweet sad melody in C sharp minor. There is hearty delight in the major, and how natural it seems. Number 3 in E is still on the village green, and the boys and girls are romping in the dance. We hear a drone bass, a favorite device of Chopin, and the chatter of the gossips, the bustle of a rural festival. The harmonization is rich, the rhythmic life vital. But in the following one in E flat minor a different note is sounded. Its harmonies are closer, and there is sorrow abroad. The incessant circling around one idea, as if obsessed by fixed grief, is used here for the first, but not for the last time, by the composer. Opus 7 drew attention to Chopin. It was the set that brought down the thunders of Rellstab, who wrote: "If Mr. Chopin had shown this composition to a master, the latter would, it is to be hoped, have torn it and thrown it at his feet, which we hereby do symbolically." Criticism had its amenities in 1833. In a later number of The Iris, in which a caustic notice appeared of the studies, opus 10, Rellstab printed a letter signed Chopin, the authenticity of which is extremely doubtful. In it Chopin is made to call the critic really a very bad man. Niecks demonstrates that the Polish pianist was not the writer. It reads like the effusion of some indignant, well-meaning female friend. The B flat major Mazurka, which opens opus 7, is the best known of these dances. There is an expansive swing, a laissez-aller to this piece, with its air of elegance, that are very alluring. The rubato flourishes, and at the close we hear the footing of the peasant. A jolly, reckless composition that makes one happy to be alive and dancing. The next, which begins in A minor, is as if one danced upon one's grave. A change to major does not deceive, it is too heavy-hearted. Number 3 in F minor, with its rhythmic pronouncement at the start, brings us back to earth. The triplet that sets off the phrase has great significance. Guitar-like is the bass in its snapping resolution. The section that begins on the dominant of D flat is full of vigor and imagination. The left hand is given a solo. This Mazurka has the true ring. The following one in A flat is a sequence of moods. Its assertiveness soon melts into tenderer hues, and in an episode in A we find much to ponder. Number 5 in C consists of 3 lines. It is a sort of coda to the opus, and full of the echoes of lusty happiness, a silhouette with a marked profile. Opus 17, No. 1, in B flat, is bold, chivalric, and I fancy I hear the swish of the warrior's sabre. The peasant has vanished, or else gapes through the open window, while his master goes through the paces of a courtlier dance. We encounter sequential chords of the seventh, and their use, rhythmically framed as they are, gives a line of sternness to the dance. Niecks thinks that the second Mazurka might be called the Request, so pathetic, playful, and persuasive is it. It is in E minor, and has a plaintive, appealing quality. The G major part is very pretty. In the last lines the passion mounts, but is never shrill. Kullak notes that in the fifth and sixth bars there is no slur in certain editions. Klindworth employs it, but marks the B sforzando. A slur on two notes of the same pitch with Chopin does not always mean a tie. The A flat Mazurka No. 3 is pessimistic, threatening, and irritable. Though in the key of E major, the trio displays a relentless sort of humor. The return does not mend matters. A dark page. In A minor, the fourth is called by Skolk the Little Jew. Skolk, who wrote anecdotes of Chopin and collected them with the title of Friedrich Chopin, told the story to Kleczynski. It is this: Chopin did not care for program music, though more than one of his compositions, full of expression and character, may be included under that name. Who does not know the A minor Mazurka of Opus 17, dedicated to Lena Freppa? It was already known in our country as the Little Jew, before the departure of our artist abroad. It is one of the works of Chopin which are characterized by distinct humor. A Jew in slippers and a long robe comes out of his inn, and seeing an unfortunate peasant, his customer, intoxicated, tumbling about the road and uttering complaints, exclaims from his threshold, "What is this?" Then, as if by way of contrast to this scene, the gay wedding party of a rich burgess comes along on its way from church with shouts of various kinds, accompanied in a lively manner by violins and bagpipes. The train passes by, the tipsy peasant renews his complaints, the complaints of a man who had tried to drown his misery in the glass. The Jew returns indoors, shaking his head and again asking, "What was this?" The story strikes one as being both childish and commonplace. The mazurka is rather doleful, and there is a little triplet of interrogation standing sentinel at the fourth bar. It is also the last phrase. But what of that? I too can build you a programme as lofty or lowly as you please, but it will not be Chopin's. Niecks, for example, finds this very dance bleak and joyless, of intimate emotional experience, and with jarring tones that strike in and pitilessly wake the dreamer. So there is no predicating the content of music except in a general way. The mood key may be struck, but in Chopin's case this is by no means infallible. If I write with confidence, it is that begot of desperation, for I know full well that my version of the story will not be yours. The A minor Mazurka for me is full of hectic despair, whatever that may mean, and its serpentining chromatics and apparently suspended close on the chord of the sixth gives an impression of morbid irresolution modulating into a sort of desperate gaiety. Its tonality accounts for the moods evoked being indeterminate and restless. Opus 24 begins with the G minor Mazurka, a favorite because of its comparative freedom from technical difficulties. Although in the minor mode there is mental strength in the piece, with its exotic scale of the augmented second, and its trio is hearty. In the next, in C, we find, besides the curious content, a mixture of tonalities, Lydian and medieval church modes. Here the trio is occidental. The entire piece leaves a vague impression of discontent, and the refrain recalls the Russian bargemen's songs, utilized at various times by Tschaikowsky. Klindworth uses variants. There is also some editorial differences in the metronomic markings, Mikuli being, according to Kullak, too slow. Mention has not been made, as in the studies and preludes, of the tempi of the mazurkas. These compositions are so capricious, so varied, that Chopin, I am sure, did not play any one of them twice alike. They are creatures of moods, melodic air plants swinging to the rhythms of any vagrant breeze. The metronome is for the student, but metronome and rubato are, as de Lenz would have said, mutually exclusive. The third Mazurka of Opus 24 is in A flat. It is pleasing, not deep, a real dance with an ornamental coda. But the next, here is a gem, a beautiful and exquisitely colored poem. In B flat minor it sends out prehensile filaments that entwine and draw us into the center of a wondrous melody, laden with rich odors, odors that almost intoxicate. The figuration is tropical, and when the major is reached, and those glancing 30 seconds so coyly assail us, we realize the seductive charm of Chopin. The reprise is still more festooned, and it is almost a relief when the little tender unison begins with its positive chord assertions closing the period. Then follows a fascinating cadenced step, with lights and shades, sweet melancholy driving before it joy and being routed itself, until the enunciation of the first theme and the dying away of the dance, dancers, and the solid globe itself, as if earth had committed suicide for loss of the sun. The last two bars could have been written only by Chopin. They are ineffable sighs. And now the chorus of praise begins to mount in burning octaves. The C minor Mazurka, opus 30, is another of those wonderful heartfelt melodies of the master. What can I say of the deepening feeling at the con anima? It stabs with its pathos. Here is the poet Chopin, the poet who, with Burns, interprets the simple strains of the folk, who blinds us with color and rich romanticism like Keats, and lifts us, Shelley wise, to transcendental azure. And his only apparatus, a keyboard. As Schumann wrote, Chopin did not make his appearance by an orchestral army, as a great genius is accustomed to do. He only possesses a small cohort, but every soul belongs to him to the last hero. 8 lines is this dance, yet its meanings are almost endless. Number 2 in B minor is called the Cuckoo by Kleczynski. It is sprightly and with the lilt, notwithstanding its subtle progressions, of Mazovia. Number 3 in D flat is all animation, brightness, and a determination to stay out the dance. The alternate major minor of the theme is truly Polish. The graceful trio and canorous brilliancy of this dance make it a favored number. The ending is epigrammatic. It comes so suddenly upon us, our cortical cells pealing with the minor, that its very abruptness is witty. One can see Chopin making a mocking moue as he wrote it. Tchaikovsky borrowed the effect for the conclusion of the Chinoise in a miniature orchestral suite. The fourth of this opus is in C sharp minor. Again I feel like letting loose the dogs of enthusiasm. The sharp rhythms and solid build of this ample work give it a massive character. It is one of the big mazurkas, and the ending, raw as it is, consecutive, bare-faced fifths and sevenths, compasses its intended meaning. Opus 33 is a popular set. It begins with one in G sharp minor, which is curt and rather depressing. The relief in B major is less real than it seems on paper. Moody, withal a tender-hearted mazurka, number 2 in D is bustling, graceful, and full of unrestrained vitality. Bright and not particularly profound, it was successfully arranged for voice by Viardot Garcia. The third of the opus in C is the one described by de Lenz as almost precipitating a violent row between Chopin and Meyerbeer. He had christened it the epitaph of the idea. 2/4, said Meyerbeer after de Lenz played it. 3/4, answered Chopin, flushing angrily. Let me have it for a ballet in my new opera, and I'll show you, retorted Meyerbeer. It's 3/4, scolded Chopin, and played it himself. De Lenz says they parted coolly, each holding to his opinion. Later, in St. Petersburg, Meyerbeer met this gossip and told him that he loved Chopin. I know no pianist, no composer for the piano like him. Meyerbeer was wrong in his idea of the tempo. Though Chopin slurs the last beat, it is there nevertheless. This mazurka is only 4 lines long, and is charming as the brief specimen in the Preludes. The next mazurka is another famous warhorse. In B minor it is full of veiled coquetries, hazardous mood transitions, growling recitatives, and smothered plaints. The continual return to the theme gives rise to all manner of fanciful programs. One of the most characteristic is by the Polish poet Zelinski, who, so Kleczynski relates, wrote a humorous poem on this mazurka. For him it is a domestic comedy in which a drunken peasant and his much abused wife enact a little scene. Returning home the worse for wear, he sings, "Oi ta dana," oh dear me, and rumbles in the bass in a figure that answers the treble. His wife reproaching him, he strikes her. Here we are in B flat. She laments her fate in B major. Then her husband shouts, "Be quiet, old vixen." This is given in the octaves, a genuine dialogue, the wife tartly answering, "Shan't be quiet." The gruff grumbling in the bass is heard, an imitation of the above, when suddenly the man cries out, the last 8 bars of the composition, "Kitty, kitty, come, do come here, I forgive you," which is decidedly masculine in its magnanimity. If one does not care for the rather coarse realism of this reading, Kleczynski offers the poem of Ujejeski, called "The Dragoon." The soldier flatters a girl at the inn. She flies from him, and her lover, believing she has deceived him, despairingly drowns himself. The ending, with its "Ring, ring, ring the bell there, horses carry me to the depths," has more poetic contour than the other. Without grafting any libretto on it, this mazurka is a beautiful tone piece in itself. Its theme is delicately mournful, and the subject, in B major, simply entrancing in its broad, flowing melody. In C sharp minor, opus 41, is a mazurka that is beloved of me. Its scale is exotic, its rhythm convincing, its tune a little saddened by life, but courage never fails. This theme sounds persistently in the middle voices, in the bass, and at the close in full harmonies, unisons, giving it a startling effect. Octaves take it up in profile until it vanishes. Here is the very apotheosis of rhythm. No. 2 in E minor is not very resolute of heart. It was composed, so Niecks avers, at Palma, when Chopin's health fully accounts for the depressed character of the piece, for it is sad to the point of tears. Of opus 41 he wrote to Fontana from Nohant in 1839: "You know I have 4 new mazurkas, one from Palma in E minor, 3 from here in B major, A flat major, and C sharp minor. They seem to me pretty, as the youngest children usually do when the parents grow old. No. 3 is a vigorous sonorous dance. No. 4, over which the editors deviate on the serious matter of text, in A flat, is for the concert room, and is allied to several of his gracious valses. Playful and decorative, but not profound in feeling. Opus 50, the first in G major, is healthy and vivacious. Good humor predominates. Kullak notes that in some editions it closes pianissimo, which seems a little out of drawing. No. 2 is charming. In A flat it is a perfect specimen of the aristocratic mazurka. The D flat trio, the answering episode in B flat minor, and the grace of the return make this one to be studied and treasured. De Lenz finds Bach-ian influences in the following, in C sharp minor. It begins as though written for the organ and ends in an exclusive salon. It does him credit and is worked out more fully than the others. Chopin was much pleased when I told him that in the construction of this mazurka the passage from E major to F major was the same as that in the Agatha aria in Freischütz. De Lenz refers to the opening Bach-like mutations. The texture of this dance is closer and finer spun than any we have encountered. Perhaps spontaneity is impaired. Mais que voulez-vous? Chopin was bound to develop, and his mazurkas, fragile and constricted as is the form, were sure to show a like record of spiritual and intellectual growth. Opus 56 in B major is elaborate even in its beginning. There is decoration in the ritornelle in E flat, and one feels the absence of a compensating emotion, despite the display of contrapuntal skill. Very virtuoso-like, but not so intimate as some of the others. Karasowski selects No. 2 in C as an illustration. It is as though the composer had sought for the moment to divert himself with narcotic intoxication, only to fall back the more deeply into his original gloom. There is the peasant in the first bars in C, but the A minor and what follows soon disturb the air of bonhomie. Theoretical ease is in the imitative passages. Chopin is now master of his tools. The third mazurka of Opus 56 is in C minor. It is quite long and does not give the impression of a whole. With the exception of a short break in B major, it is composed with the head, not the heart, nor yet the heels. Not unlike in its sturdy affirmation, the one in C sharp minor, Opus 41, is the next mazurka in A minor, Opus 59. That Chopin did not repeat himself is an artistic miracle. A subtle turn takes us off the familiar road to some strange glade wherein the flowers are rare in scent and odor. This mazurka, like the one that follows, has a dim resemblance to others, yet there is always a novel point of departure, a fresh harmony, a sudden melody, or an unexpected ending. Hadow, for example, thinks the A flat of this opus the most beautiful of them all. In it he finds legitimately used the repetition in various shapes of a single phrase. To me this mazurka seems but an amplification, an elaboration of the lovely one in the same key, Opus 50, No. 2. The double sixths and more complicated phraseology do not render the later superior to the early mazurka, yet there is no gainsaying the fact that this is a noble composition. But the next, in F sharp minor, despite its rather saturnine gaze, is stronger in interest, if not in workmanship. While it lacks Niecks' beauté sauvage, is it not far loftier in conception and execution than Opus 6 in F sharp minor? The inevitable triplet appears in the third bar and is a hero throughout. Oh, here is charm for you! Read the close of the section in F sharp major. In the major it ends, the triplet fading away at last, a mere shadow, a turn on D sharp, but victor to the last. Chopin is at the summit of his invention. Time and tune, that wait for no man, are now his bond slaves. Pathos, delicacy, boldness, a measured melancholy, and the art of euphonious presentiment of all these, and many factors more, stamp this mazurka a masterpiece. Niecks believes there is a return of the early freshness and poetry in the last three mazurkas, opus 63. They are indeed teeming with interesting matter, he writes. Looked at from the musician's point of view, how much do we not see novel and strange, beautiful and fascinating withal? Sharp dissonances, chromatic passing notes, suspensions and anticipations, displacement of accent, progressions of perfect fifths, the horror of schoolmen, sudden turns and unexpected digressions that are so unaccountable, so out of the line of logical sequence, that one's following the composer is beset with difficulties. But all this is a means to an end, the expression of an individuality with its intimate experiences. The emotional content of many of these trifles, trifles if considered only by their size, is really stupendous. Spoken like a brave man and not a pedant. Full of vitality is the first number of opus 63. In B major it is sufficiently various in figuration and rhythmical life to single it from its fellows. The next, in F minor, has a more elegiac ring. Brief and not difficult of matter or manner is this dance. The third, of winning beauty, is in C sharp minor, surely a pendant to the C sharp minor valse. I defy anyone to withstand the pleading, eloquent voice of this mazurka. Slender in technical configuration, yet it impressed Louis Ehlert so much that he was impelled to write: "A more perfect canon in the octave could not have been written by one who had grown gray in the learned arts." The four mazurkas, published posthumously in 1855, that comprise opus 67, were composed by Chopin at various dates. To the first, in G, Klindworth affixes 1849 as the year of composition. Niecks gives a much earlier date, 1835. I fancy the latter is correct, as the piece sounds like one of Chopin's more youthful efforts. It is jolly and rather superficial. The next, in G minor, is familiar. It is very pretty, and its date is set down by Niecks as 1849, while Klindworth gives 1835. Here again Niecks is correct, although I suspect that Klindworth transposed his figures accidentally. No. 3, in C, was composed in 1835. On this both biographer and editor agree. It is certainly an early effusion of no great value, although a good dancing tune. No. 4, A minor, of this opus, composed in 1846, is more mature, but in no wise remarkable. Opus 68, the second of the Fontana set, was composed in 1830. The first, in C, is commonplace. The one in A minor, composed in 1827, is much better, being lighter and well made. The third, in F major, 1830, weak and trivial, and the fourth, in F minor, 1849, interesting because it is said by Julius Fontana to be Chopin's last composition. He put it on paper a short time before his death, but was too ill to try it at the piano. It is certainly morbid in its sick insistence in phrase repetition, close harmonies, and wild departure, in A, from the first figure. But it completes the gloomy and sardonic loop, and we wish, after playing this veritable song of the tomb, that we had parted from Chopin in health, not disease. This page is full of the premonitions of decay. Too weak and faltering to be febrile, Chopin is here a debile, prematurely exhausted young man. There are a few accents of a forced gaiety, but they are swallowed up in the mists of dissolution, the dissolution of one of the most sensitive brains ever wrought by nature. Here we may echo, without any savor of Liszt's condescension or de Lenz's irony, "Pauvre Frédéric." Klindworth and Kullak have different ideas concerning the end of this mazurka. Both are correct. Kullak, Klindworth, and Mikuli include in their editions two mazurkas in A minor. Neither is impressive. One, the date of composition unknown, is dedicated "à son ami Émile Gaillard." The other first appeared in a musical publication of Schott's about 1842 or 1843, according to Niecks. Of this set I prefer the former. It abounds in octaves, and ends with a long trill. There is in the Klindworth edition a mazurka, the last in the set, in the key of F sharp. It is so un-Chopinish and artificial that the doubts of the pianist Ernst Pauer were aroused as to its authenticity. On inquiry, Niecks quotes from the London Monthly Musical Record, July 1, 1882. Pauer discovered that the piece was identical with a mazurka by Charles Mayer. Gotthard, being the publisher of the alleged Chopin mazurka, declared he bought the manuscript from a Polish countess, possibly one of the 50 in whose arms Chopin died, and that the lady parted with Chopin's autograph because of her dire poverty. It is, of course, a clear case of forgery. Of the four early mazurkas in G major and B flat major, dating from 1825, D major, composed in 1829 and 30, but remodeled in 1832, and C major of 1833, the latter is the most characteristic. The G major is of slight worth. As Niecks remarks, it contains a harmonic error. The one in B flat starts out with a phrase that recalls the A minor mazurka, numbered 45 in the Breitkopf and Hartel edition. This B flat mazurka, early as it was composed, is nevertheless pretty. There are breadth and decision in the C major mazurka. The recasting improves the D major mazurka. Its trio is lifted an octave, and the doubling of notes throughout gives more weight and richness. In the minor key laughs and cries, dances and mourns the Slav, says Dr. J. Schucht in his monograph on Chopin. Chopin here reveals not only his nationality, but his own fascinating and enigmatic individuality. Within the tremulous spaces of this immature dance is enacted the play of a human soul, a soul that voices the sorrow and revolt of a dying race, of a dying poet. They are epigrammatic, fluctuating, crazy, and tender, these mazurkas, and some of them have a soft, melancholy light, as if shining through alabaster, true corpse light leading to a morass of doubt and terror. But a fantastic, disheveled, debonair spirit is the guide, and to him we abandon ourselves in these precise and vertiginous dances. End of Chapter 13. Recording by M.J. Frank, Portland, Oregon.
Chapter 14 of Chopin, The Man and His Music. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Hoffman. Chopin, The Man and His Music, by James Huneker. Chapter 14. Chopin, the Conqueror. The scherzi of Chopin are of his own creation. The type as illustrated by Beethoven and Mendelssohn had no meaning for him. Whether in earnest or serious jest, Chopin pitched on a title that is widely misleading when the content is considered. The Beethoven scherzo is full of a robust sort of humor. In it he is seldom poetical, frequently given to gossip, and at times he hints at the mystery of life. The demoniacal element, the fierce jollity that mocks itself, the almost titanic anger of Chopin would not have been regarded by the composer of the Eroica symphony as adapted to the form. The Pole practically built up a new musical structure, boldly called it a scherzo, and, as in the case of the Ballades, poured into its elastic mold most disturbing and incomparable music. Chopin seldom compasses sublimity. His arrows are tipped with fire, yet they do not fly far. But in some of his music he skirts the regions where abide the gods. In at least one scherzo, in one ballade, in the F minor Fantasia, in the first two movements of the B flat minor sonata, in several of the etudes, and in one of the preludes, he compasses grandeur. Individuality of utterance, beauty of utterance, and the eloquence we call divine are his. Criticism then bows its questioning brows before this anointed one. In the scherzi Chopin is often prophet as well as poet. He fumes and frets, but upon his countenance is the precious fury of the Sibyls. We see the soul that suffers from secret convulsions, but forgive the writhing for the music made. These four scherzi are physical records, confessions committed to paper of outpourings that never could have passed the lips. From these alone we may almost reconstruct the real Chopin, the inner Chopin, whose conventional exterior so ill prepared the world for the tragic issues of his music. The first scherzo is a fair model. There are a few bars of introduction, the porch, as Niecks would call it, a principal subject, a trio, a short working out section, a skilful return to the opening theme, and an elaborate coda. This edifice, not architecturally flawless, is better adapted to the florid beauties of the Byzantine treatment than to the severe Hellenic line. Yet Chopin gave it dignity, largeness, and a classic massiveness. The interior is romantic, is modern, personal, but the façade shows gleaming minarets, the strangely builded shapes of the Orient. This B minor scherzo has the acid note of sorrow and revolt, yet the complex figuration never wavers. The walls stand firm despite the hurricane blowing through and around them. Ehlert finds this scherzo tornadic. It is gusty, and the hurry and overemphasis do not endear it to the pianist. The first pages are filled with wrathful sounds. There is much tossing of hands and cries to heaven, calling down its fire and brimstone. A climax mounts to a fine frenzy until the lyric intermezzo in B is reached. Here, love chants with honeyed tongues. The widely dispersed figure of the melody has an entrancing tenderness. But peace does not long prevail against the powers of Iblis, and infernal is the wild jagged of the finale. After shrillest of dissonances, a chromatic uproar pilots the doomed one across the desperate Styx. What Chopin's program was we can but guess. He may have outlined the composition in a moment of great ebullition, a time of soul laceration arising from a cat scratch, or a quarrel with Maurice Sand in the garden over the possession of the goat cart. The Klindworth edition is preferable. Kullak follows his example in using the double note stems in the B major part. He gives the A sharp in the bass 6 bars before the return of the first motif. Klindworth, and other editions, prescribe A natural, which is not so effective. This scherzo might profit by being played without the repeats. The chromatic interlocked octaves at the close are very striking. I find at times, as my mood changes, something almost repellent in the B minor scherzo. It does not present the frank physiognomy of the second scherzo, opus 31, in B flat minor. Ehlert cries that it was composed in a blessed hour, although de Lenz quotes Chopin as saying of the opening, "It must be a charnel house." The defiant challenge of the beginning has no savor of the scorn and drastic mockery of its forerunner. We are conscious that tragedy impends, that after the prologue may follow fast catastrophe, yet it is not feared with all the portentous thunder of its index. Nor are we deceived. A melody of winning distinction unrolls before us. It has a noble tone, is of a noble type. Without relaxing pace it passes and drops like a thunderbolt into the bowels of the earth. Again the story is told, and tarrying not at all we are led to a most delectable spot in the key of A major. This trio is marked by genius. Can anything be more bewitching than the episode in C sharp minor merging into E major, with the overflow at the close? The fantasy is notable for variety of tonality, freedom in rhythmical incidence, and genuine power. The coda is dizzy and overwhelming. For Schumann, this scherzo is Byronic in tenderness and boldness. Karasowski speaks of its Shakespearean humor, and indeed it is a very human and lovable piece of art. It holds richer, warmer, redder blood than the other three, and like the A flat Ballade, is beloved of the public, but then it is easier to understand. Opus 39, the third scherzo in C sharp minor, was composed or finished at Majorca and is the most dramatic of the set. I confess to see no littleness in the polished phrases, though irony lurks in its bars and there is fever in its glance, a glance full of enigmatic and luring scorn. I heartily agree with Hadot, who finds the work clear-cut and of exact balance, and noting that Chopin founded whole paragraphs, "either on a single phrase repeated in similar shapes or on two phrases in alternation," a primitive practice in Polish folk songs, he asserts that "Beethoven does not attain the lucidity of his style by such parallelism or phraseology," but admits that Chopin's methods, made for "clearness and precision, may be regarded as characteristic of the national manner," a thoroughly personal characteristic too. There is virile clangor in the firmly struck octaves of the opening pages. No hesitating, morbid view of life, but rank, harsh assertiveness, not untinged with splenic anger. The chorale of the trio is admirably devised and carried out. Its piety is a bit of liturgical make-believe. The contrasts here are most artistic, sonorous harmonies set off by broken chords that deliciously tinkle. There is a coda of frenetic movement, and the end is in major, a surprising conclusion when considering all that has gone before. Never to become the property of the profane, the C sharp minor scherzo, notwithstanding its marked asperities and agitated moments, is a great work of art. Without the inner freedom of its predecessor, it is more sober and self-contained than the B minor scherzo. The fourth scherzo, opus 54, is in the key of E. Built up by a series of cunning touches and climaxes, and without the mood depth or variety of its brethren, it is more truly a scherzo than any of them. It has tripping lightness, and there is sunshine imprisoned behind its open bars. Of it Schumann could not ask, "How is gravity to clothe itself if jest goes about in dark veils?" Here, then, is intellectual refinement and jesting of a superior sort. Niecks thinks it fragmentary. I find the fairy-like measures delightful after the doleful mutterings of some of the other scherzi. There is the same spirit of opposition, but of arrogance none. The C sharp minor theme is of lyric beauty, the coda with its scales brilliant. It seems to be banned by classicists and Chopin worshippers alike. The agnostic attitude is not yet dead in the piano-playing world. Rubinstein most admired the first two scherzi. The B minor has been criticized for being too much in the etude vein, but with all their shortcomings these compositions are without peer in the literature of the piano. They were published and dedicated as follows: Opus 20, February 1835, to M. T. Albrecht. Opus 31, December 1837, Comtesse de Fürstenstein. Opus 39, October 1840, Adolph Gutmann, and Opus 54, December 1843, Maël de Caraman. De Lenz relates that Chopin dedicated the C sharp minor scherzo to his pupil Gutmann because this giant with a prize fighter's fists could "knock a hole in the table" with a certain chord for the left hand, sixth measure from the beginning, and adds quite naively, "Nothing more was ever heard of this Gutmann. He was a discovery of Chopin's." Chopin died in this same Gutmann's arms, and, despite de Lenz, Gutmann was in evidence until his death as a "favorite pupil." And now we have reached the grandest, oh, banal and abused word, of Chopin's compositions, the Fantasia in F minor, opus 49. Robert Schumann, after remarking the cosmopolitan must "sacrifice the small interests of the soil on which he was born," notices that Chopin's later works "begin to lose something of their especial Sarmatian physiognomy, to approach partly more nearly the universal ideal cultivated by the divine Greeks which we find again in Mozart." The F minor Fantasia has hardly the Mozartian serenity, but parades a formal beauty, not disfigured by an excess of violence, either personal or patriotic, and its melodies, if restless by melancholy, are of surprising nobility and dramatic grandeur. Without including the Beethoven sonatas, not strictly born of the instrument, I do not fear to maintain that this Fantasia is one of the greatest of piano pieces. Never properly appreciated by pianists, critics, or public, it is, after more than half a century of neglect, being understood at last. It was published November 1843, and probably composed at Nohant, as a letter of the composer indicates. The dedication is to Princess C. de Souza, these interminable countesses and princesses of Chopin. For Niecks, who could not at first discern its worth, it suggests a Titan in commotion. It is Titanic, the torso of some Faust-like dream. It is Chopin's Faust, a macabre march, containing some dangerous dissonances, gravely ushers us to ascending staircases of triplets, only to precipitate us to the very abysses of the piano. That first subject, is it not almost as ethically puissant and passionate as Beethoven in his F minor sonata? Chopin's lack of tenaciousness is visible here. Beethoven would have built a cathedral on such a foundational scheme, but Chopin, ever prodigal in his melody making, dashes impetuously to the A flat episode, that heroic love chant erroneously marked dolce and played with the effeminacies of a salon. 3 times does it resound in this strange hall of glancing mirrors, yet not once should it be caressed. The bronze fingers of Tausig are needed, now are arching the triplets to the great, thrilling song, beginning in C minor, and then the octaves, in contrary motion, split wide asunder the very earth. After terrific chordal reverberations there is the rapid retreat of vague armies, and once again is begun the ascent of the rolling triplets to inaccessible heights, and the first theme sounds in C minor. The modulation lifts to G flat, only to drop to abysmal depths. What mighty, dismal cause is being espoused? When peace is presaged in the key of B, is this the prize for which strive these agonized hosts? Is some forlorn princess locked behind these solemn, inaccessible bars? For a few moments there is contentment beyond all price. Then the warring tribe of triplets recommence, after clamorous G flat octaves reeling from the stars to the C of the first theme. Another rush into D flat ensues. The song of C minor reappears in F minor, and the miracle is repeated. Oracular octaves quake the cellarage of the palace. The warriors hurry by, their measured tramp is audible after they vanish, and the triplets obscure their retreat with chromatic vapors. Then an adagio in this fantastic old world tale, the curtain prepares to descend. A faint, sweet voice sings a short, appealing cadenza, and after billowing A flat arpeggios, soft, great hummocks of tone, two giant chords are sounded, and the ballade of love and war is over. Who conquers? Is the lady with the green eyes and moon white face rescued? Or is all this a De Quincey's dream fugue translated into tone, a sonorous, awesome vision? Like De Quincey, it suggests the apparition of the empire of fear, the fear that is secretly felt with dreams, wherein the spirit expands to the drummings of infinite space. Alas, for the validity of subjective criticism! Franz Liszt told Vladimir de Pachmann the programme of the fantasia as related to him by Chopin. At the close of one desperate, immemorial day the pianist was crooning at the piano, his spirits vastly depressed. Suddenly came a knocking at his door, a Poe-like, sinister tapping, which he at once rhythmically echoed upon the keyboard, his phonomotor center being unusually sensitive. The first two bars of the fantasia describe these rappings, just as the third and fourth stand for Chopin's musical invitation, Entrez, Entrez-la. This is all repeated until the doors, wide open, swinging, admit Liszt, Georges Sand, Madame Camille Playa de Mac, and others. To the solemn measures of march they enter, and range themselves about Chopin, who after the agitated triplets begins his complaint in the mysterious song in F minor. But Sand, with whom he has quarreled, falls before him on her knees and pleads for pardon. Straightway the chant merges into the appealing A flat section. This sends skyward my theory of its interpretation, and from C minor the current becomes more tempestuous until the climax is reached, and to the second march the intruders rapidly vanish. The remainder of the work, with the exception of the lento sostenuto in B, where it is to be hoped Chopin's perturbed soul finds momentary peace, is largely repetition and development. This far from ideal reading is an authoritative one, coming as it does from Chopin by way of Liszt. I console myself for its rather commonplace character with the notion that perhaps in the retelling the story has caught some personal cadenzas of the two historians. In any case I shall cling to my own version. The F minor fantasia will mean many things to many people. Chopin has never before maintained so artistically, so free from delirium, such a level of strong passion, mental power, and exalted euphony. It is his largest canvas, and though there are no long breathed periods such as in the B flat minor scherzo, the phraseology is amply broad, without padding of paragraphs. The rapt interest is not relaxed until the final bar. This transcendental work more than nearly approaches Beethoven in its unity, its formal rectitude, and its brave economy of thematic material. While few men have dared to unlock their hearts thus, Chopin is not so intimate here as in the Mazurkas, but the pulse beats ardently in the tissues of this composition. As art for art, it is less perfect, the gain is on the human side. Nearing his end, Chopin discerned, with ever widening, ever brighter vision, the great heart-throb of the universe. Master of his material, if not of his mortal tenement, he passionately strove to shape his dreams into abiding sounds. He did not always succeed, but his victories are the precious prizes of mankind. One is loath to believe that the echo of Chopin's magic music can ever fall upon unheeding ears. He may become old-fashioned, but like Mozart, he will remain eternally beautiful. End of chapter 14. Recording by Robert Hoffman, Akron, Ohio. End of Chopin, The Man and His Music, by James Huneker.